All of our council members are here. Nathan is here. So let's go ahead and start the meeting. We're starting a few minutes late. Thank you. We will start, and our invocation will be given by Councilmember Smith, after which Kurt will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our kind Father in heaven, we're thankful for the opportunity we have to meet as citizens of Highland. We are thankful for the privilege of living in a constitutional republic based on democratic ideals, and we are thankful that we have the opportunity to discuss things, and we ask you to help us this night, that we may remember the importance of civility, that we may have a productive discussion, and that thy Spirit may be here, that we may make appropriate and good decisions. And these things we pray for in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Council, before we start the meeting, I would like to just ask your indulgence that on the consent items, item B, we need to continue because the sign wasn't posted. The resident didn't post the sign to give notification to his neighbors. So if you're okay with that, when we get to consent, it'll just be for item A on consent. All right, our first item is unscheduled public appearances. So any of you who are here to discuss an item that does not have a formal public hearing, please feel free to make your remarks now. There will not be another chance to inject. So if you have comments related to anything that is not a public hearing in our meeting, please come forward, and you have about 3 minutes. And we are a little bit flexible on that.
I just want to make sure that there's not a public hearing for the Manor Drive alignment.
That is correct.
Okay. So I'll try to be very brief. And
Sir, would you mind please stating your name for the record?
My name is Brent Reed. I live at 11080 North Manor Drive. I want to express first off that I have a great deal of respect and affection for my neighbors on the street. And I understand that everyone has a different set of needs and wishes, and they would advocate for them. The issue that's on the agenda for later tonight, considering the realignment, another issue I wanted to set straight for the record, I've heard it said in the neighborhood, and I believe to council, that my neighbors directly across the street who are also affected potentially negatively by a cul-de-sac. It was said that they built their house not according to appropriate setbacks, but the street and the sidewalk were actually created before their house was built. And I just spoke to them prior to this meeting, and their house was inspected and approved for the setback that it's set at, and it would be incorrect to say otherwise. Also, I sent an email to the council this afternoon. I don't know if you've been able to read it. 2 issues. One is I've heard that the biggest concern about not putting a through street in, or for putting a through street in, is that high school kids from Alpine would use Manor Drive as a shortcut. And so this morning I thought, well, let me just check this out. And so I drove the entire route as much as I could, except for the connecting part. And I think it would be an extremely difficult process to try to save time when you're only 4 houses away from the intersection. It just wouldn't make sense. And I imagine some kids would probably try it, but the only time that backup would really make sense as a shortcut would be between 7:30 and 7:45, which is less than 1% of the time that we have that would be affected. So there would be some increased traffic, but I think it would be minimal. And I would like, before a decision was made by council, that the engineering department actually took a moment and studied that to determine if it would actually be a problem. So that's a formal request that I'd like to make. And the other request is that there have been 2 options talked about. A third one, I spoke to one of the council members the other day, and they said that they were for doing nothing, at least with the street, which is what I thought might be an option before. So that one apparently is on the table for some. Cul-de-sac, through street, do nothing. But if none of those things are going to happen, if we're going to not take the recommendations of the experts that we've hired from both fire and their recommendation for a through street for medical and fire, for engineering, their recommendation to do a through street, if we're not going to follow the hired counsel, and we end up looking at a cul-de-sac, I would like to put on the table a fourth option and seeing if an arrangement could be made that would be less painful to all parties, and that would be moving the ball of the cul-de-sac to center over the property line so it doesn't destroy the Fisher's property and bring a road right up to their front door and my daughter's playground. We spend a lot of time in our yard playing with my kids, and this would dramatically impact that if we put a cul-de-sac in. So I'd really like every effort made to come up with a solution that might not have been thought of before. Those are my requests. I hope that council will take them to heart before they make a decision, and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to Manor Drive or any other issue that is not a public hearing? Okay, Wendy, state your name.
State my name, Wendy Hart. I'm here. Guess why? Voting. Last time I was here in opposition to what Lowell Nelson was talking about. Lowell and I actually agree on this issue. So I want to start out with one of my favorite quotes from Thomas Jefferson. He says, "The way to have good and safe government is not to trust it all to one, but to divide it among the many, distributing to everyone exactly the functions he is competent to. What has destroyed the liberty and the rights of man in every government which has ever existed under the sun? The generalizing and concentrating all cares and powers into one body." At this point in history, election integrity is probably the single most foundational issue that we have. If we don't have free and fair elections, if we don't feel confident in those, then what difference does the rest of it make? Generalizing and concentrating our elections into higher levels of government does not make for that separation of powers that Jefferson talks about, that is foundational for our republic, for our constitutional republic, as Scott mentioned. So I realize that the legislature has now mandated that the city conduct all elections primarily by mail, which is very disappointing. I looked it up. It was virtually unanimous. Nobody pushed back against it, which is sad and surprising to me. So I am here requesting that you guys look at whatever you might be able to do to take back that responsibility at the city level. It may mean that you just start advocating with the legislature and ask them to change it in the next year. But the city needs to be responsible for city elections, and abdicating that responsibility to the county, even though the county is good, I'm not criticizing anybody at the county, that goes against, again, what James Madison said about each faction holding its own. The idea is that the city stands up to the county stands up to the state, and the state stands up to the feds. And it's by that jealously guarding of your power and your authority that we maintain freedom and liberty, and that's what I'm asking you to do. So please join with me. I do believe that having in-person elections, having hundreds of cities and individual precincts within each of those cities conducting those elections and having absentee ballots that are just for those people who request them is the way to free and fair elections. And so I ask you to consider doing whatever you can to maintain your authority over your elections. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Brian Barrett. I live on Manor Circle. Brent Reed is my neighbor, good neighbor. To that lady's comments. I love mail-in ballots. I think 100% should be mail-in, so I'm all for that. But to the point, on the manor, whatever we're trying to decide on Manor, I would just like to put my input as I live on Manor Circle, which is the adjoining street. Me and my wife and I would also like to chime in and say we would prefer a cul-de-sac. It's my understanding that the land that is owned to make the cul-de-sac is already owned by the city or the county, and so there was no need to purchase that land. And so to me, in my mind, that means that it was intended to be a cul-de-sac from the beginning. Otherwise, why would you own that parcel of land in order to make it a cul-de-sac without any fuss? That was what the city planner, I can't remember his name the last time we had a discussion about it, that was relayed to me by him. And so that's my preference and my household preference. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy Baum. I live in Manor Circle, and 14 years ago, I've told you before, we gathered at a meeting just like this one to have a through road put through. And that night is when it was decided that it wasn't to go through. 14 years since we've had it left just like that. 46 years ago, we came to Yucasanoy. He laid out the plot plan, and we chose the plot that we chose. And he said, all of us in there had young children at the time. And that was a concern when you've got young children. And he says, this is gonna be a cul-de-sac here, and we've got a cul-de-sac here. Your kids are gonna be safe. So we bought it on the premise that was, and it has been safe. The fact of the matter is, with the plan, it has it laid out as a cul-de-sac. The original, you have the original plan, and you know it's laid out as a cul-de-sac in both of them. When you have a plan, don't you follow the plan all the way through? Before, I know with the Fisher's home, if it's impacted, 14 years ago, they voted along the side of having a cul-de-sac rather than having a through street. So we were all in accordance in our neighborhood, as we kind of, most of us are at this point in time, in having it just remain the same the way we've had it. There's got to be some way that we can figure to make this work for everybody so that Fisher's and Reed's yards aren't destroyed. And it's been so long. I mean, this is, like I say, 46 years ago when he started it, and it didn't get finished. And I think there's got to be some way that it can be a workable thing. As far as the fire department, it can come in and it can pull out just like it's done before. And if it's coming into the subdivision, it's always going to be coming from the west to come in if it's got to come in. So I just think that there's got to be a workable way for us that have been there for all of these years and have had the luxury of having a quiet little area to live in, to raise our kids, now grandkids, to have them around, some way that we can make this work together. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Patrick, and I live in Manor as well. Manor is somewhat unique. If you go there, you'll notice full-grown trees. There's new builds all around us, but Manor has been there for a while. And so our neighborhood is full of young families with young children and full of people who have been there for decades and take a lot of pride in Highland City. And I bought my house there because of the safety. And I've talked to my neighbors, and I know I'm speaking for them some, but they bought their homes there because they liked the open space, they liked the safety, and they liked the lack of traffic. And I think to honor them and to respect them it would make sense to put a cul-de-sac in or leave it the way that it is, and to avoid adding traffic for them and for the young children that live in Manor. So I would definitely urge you to vote for a cul-de-sac. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Robert Olson. I live on Manor Drive and have done so for 29 years. Whether it's a cul-de-sac, a through street, or leave it the way it is, it's not going to physically affect my property. However, if it's a through street, it will affect my quality of life. All of my boys have played street hockey on that street and have done so in relatively safe circumstances. When Lone Peak came in, the traffic has been crazy. Now, I've watched that for 29 years, not on a COVID morning. So the kids are scrambling, trying to get there as quick as they can. I would do the same thing rather than being backed up in a line to that intersection. That's a problem. And so I don't think the city wants to have the liability that that street would incur with the traffic that would end up going down that street. That's my 2 cents. That's how I feel. I'm strongly opposed against the through street. I really like it the way it is. If something must be done, I don't understand all the whys. It should be a cul-de-sac. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kendra Thompson, and I live on Manor Drive. Me and my family, my husband moved there about 5, going on 6 years ago. We bought in Highland because we absolutely adored the tree-lined streets, as my neighbors have spoke of. It is so peaceful and quiet. We don't really have an option as far as, you know, putting a through street in there because of how many children, families have grown up there, and we're just used to it being just this really quiet sanctuary. And having a through street and changing the initial plan would just devastate us. Not having it be just a cul-de-sac or we're totally fine with it being the way it is and not changing a thing. But putting a through street there, if you are on Manor Drive and you try to turn out onto the road going to the canyon on a busy summer day, it is extremely busy on that main thoroughfare. And I'm just terrified that if we put a way to, you know, go back up into Alpine or turn, you know, off so they can avoid that really big backed up road, we're just gonna have a lot of traffic just coming through because it's just easier to turn there just to avoid, you know, having to wait in that line that gets created, you know, getting backed up. So I really am opposed to putting a through street. Me and my family would really love to have a cul-de-sac, preferably not affecting my neighbors' properties. I love all my neighbors. I would not like to see their properties get affected. If we can come up with a solution that is avoiding, you know, destroying their properties, that would be wonderful too. But I just wanted to let my 2 cents about having it just stay a cul-de-sac in the initial way it was planned and why we bought in the area and why we love Highland. So thank you for your time.
My name is Kason Brown, and we live on 11200 North. I understand that this council has to make decisions that are unpopular, and almost every decision that you make is going to be unpopular for some, and you're going to make some people unhappy, and you're going to make some people happy, and how do you decide? If your decision is based solely on the percentage of people on Manor Drive that want a cul-de-sac versus a through street, then you're going to choose a cul-de-sac, because most of them are afraid of the traffic increase that could potentially happen with a change in the traffic pattern. If you're making this decision based off of really any other criteria, I don't think that you choose to do a cul-de-sac. For one thing, the cul-de-sac costs $50,000 to $100,000 of taxpayer money, whereas a through street doesn't cost the city, it costs the developer. So you're going to save $50,000 to $100,000 in taxpayer money. We've already had the fire marshal the fire department weigh in that they prefer the through street. The city planners have weighed in that the through street is better for the water and the sewer. We know that most of us all live on through streets. Creating a through street does not mean that we've suddenly created a highway through your street. I mean, there's no one that has a right to a cul-de-sac street. Most of the streets in Highland are on through streets. So if you choose to put a cul-de-sac in, then you choose to charge the city $50,000 to $100,000 for something that you could have done for free. You also choose to create variances in the code in all 4 directions of the compass. The day that you make that cul-de-sac, it doesn't meet code. That street is too long to be a cul-de-sac legally. If you were approving a new development, you wouldn't allow them to put a cul-de-sac in there. That street is too long to be a cul-de-sac. So you need a variance from the south end. On both the east and the west end of that cul-de-sac, you have taken away, you've cut into yards that are currently existing and then put that street too close to their front door. So you need a variance for the setback of the homes on the east side and on the west side. Right now, there's curb, gutter, and planter strip and sidewalk that protect anyone who's walking. So when we talk about safety issues, by taking away, if you add the curb, gutter, and planter strip between that side, that cul-de-sac and their front door, you could literally drive through and grab food out of their kitchen, because you're looking at about 9 feet before you add the planter strip from that sidewalk to his front door. So you're going to take away planter strip. You're probably going to take away safety from those people that are walking. And then on the north side of the
That was a 3-minute buzzer.
Okay, on the north side of the cul-de-sac, you're going to have to rezone from R140 to R130, because by taking away the other side and adding the street to 11200, you're going to no longer be able to fit quarter-acre lots. So if you want to save $100,000 and prevent variances in all 4 directions, you'll probably make some people unhappy, but I can't imagine that you make a decision based off of the facts that's any other decision besides a through street. Thank you.
Wow. Cason doesn't even live in Manor, but he has a street right away in front of his house that's on the plan. That's on the plan, just like the cul-de-sac is on the plan. So plans matter. It's always been on the plan for a cul-de-sac. I asked Yukas years ago why he didn't put the cul-de-sac in, and his comment to me was that Kim built his house too far forward. And it's obvious that it's too far forward because it aligns with my house when all the other houses are staggered. And when I moved in, I asked Kim, where's the property line? And he told me that the property line was where the gold post was, down on the back of the property. I got the plot plan, found out that he was 9 feet over on my property. So he missed the property line. And that is no case right now to not put a cul-de-sac in. The plan calls for a cul-de-sac. It always has, and it always will. The county records show that it's a cul-de-sac. And so the majority of residents want a cul-de-sac in that area. Years ago, the fire department wanted us to paint these streets red down on West Parkway. It was their opinion that we had to have them painted red. I met with the residents. The residents said take out the park strips and the center, which were beautiful with trees. Guess what we did? We took out the park strip because that's what the residents wanted. So I would implore you to do what the residents want. In this case, we do not want a through street. We want a cul-de-sac. And it makes sense to do a cul-de-sac. Cost is not the only issue. It should have been a cul-de-sac in the beginning. So please vote cul-de-sac.
Hi, my name is Jessica Young. I'm also a resident on Manor Drive. I am all for a cul-de-sac or leaving it as it is. I just strongly urge you to consider my main concerns are my family's quality of life and my children. I grew up on a really busy road, and I've seen lots of terrible things happen. Sorry, I'm a crier. I can't help it. I have animals. We already have a highway right next to us. Please don't make another one in front of my house. We have a doorbell with a camera on it, and we already get multiple people a day racing through our neighborhood, turning around in front of my house and getting back out of there. It's especially a problem during the summer when the stoplight gets backed up coming out of the canyon in the afternoon. People want to get home. They're tired. They've been doing their recreational things up the canyon all day, and they want to get home. So they're constantly turning around in front of my house. So safety is my main concern, and I hope we can find a way that it all works out. So thank you for your time.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, we have 2 people online, maybe now just one, who have raised their hand. If you're ready to take their comment, or do you want to finish in person first?
Well, if you can wait a minute, let's take the online. They've been waiting a while if they raised their hand.
Okay, so I'm going to, Kay Fisher, I'm going to unmute you, and then Lowell Reed, you'll be next.
Okay, this is Kim Fisher.
Yeah, we can hear you, Kim.
How do you hear me? Okay, I'm one of the original owners in the subdivision. I built my own home. I'm still there. I wish people would get their facts and not the ultimate truths on this whole situation. The curb and gutter and entry to my home was actually poured before I built my home. And the rumors that I built my home and then you just okayed it is false. The fact of it is like the other people have, or the other guy said, it's too far away from the road to be a legal cul-de-sac. It comes within 9 feet of my home, which anyone in there wouldn't allow to happen if it was their own. And when he said that, when Lynn said that I built my home there, and that is bogus. My friend across the street from me, his setback isn't proper either. Why would both setbacks be wrong? And we would build, he would adjust the development to our setbacks. That is so crazy. I do footings and foundations, that's my job. I deal with setbacks every day. And if I'm off, 20, 30 feet, like they're saying on this, that home comes out. I mean, this has been 45 years ago, or 6, that curve was there. That curve is still there from that many years ago. I set my setback according to county, and you just told me that there was an allowance on that development for a through street. And I never voted for a cul-de-sac. Why would I do that? Come on, Kathy. I built both for a cul-de-sac when it takes out my whole front yard, puts me within 9 feet of my house. The thing of it is, even the bishop has done a little bit of study on the traffic through this subdivision. It's the mayor has. And if there is any impact, it's very minimal, not even close to enough to be considered high rate, let alone rate for how they rate traffic. If we want to go by the facts, the fact is that road after 45 years should be left as it is. And I said that, and I've been poking the ribs ever since I said it, but that's what happened to it 14 years ago, and that's what should happen to it now. But if not, the other option, the only option, is to put it through.
Thank you, Kim. Your time is up. You can take another second or two to wrap up.
I just want to say, I'm very disappointed in the neighbors in that neighborhood. Some that I thought were friends. But being willing to do that to me and Brent over something they don't even know, they don't know what the safety's going to be in that for their children. They don't know. There's traffic coming through there now. They turn around in front of my house all the time. And that's probably not going to increase from that.
Kim?
So we've got to go on facts, not just theories of myths.
Kim, your time's up. Thank you.
The road is there.
Okay, Lowell Reed, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Okay, this is Lowell. I am the father to Brett Reed, who currently lives in that house. Yes, we are the owners of that house. I would concur with his statements that were made at the beginning of this meeting. I would hope that you would truly consider the fact that it would be a huge sacrifice on the parts of both Fishers as well as us, since we actually own the house. And I would like to see that these are considered important factors when it's the impact of these two properties more so than any of the other properties within those two areas, the Manor Drive and Manor Circle. I think Case and Brown also made a good point, and I would like to go on record that not all of the property owners are in favor of a cul-de-sac, and leaving it alone as it is now, which has been satisfactory for many years, or to put a through street in would be better than putting a cul-de-sac in. It destroys the lifestyle of both the property owners on that end of the street. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
My name is Jessica Barrett. I'm also here to talk about Manor. It's sad to hear that this has become so contentious, but I just want to voice my opinion. We bought our home, again, with the understanding that we were living on a cul-de-sac and that Manor Drive would remain a cul-de-sac, that it was intended to be a cul-de-sac. I would choose to have it stay the way it is, if possible, but I do think that having a through street would be the last resort for us. I'm kind of a newbie on Manor Drive. I've only been there 8 years, but I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on the traffic, especially going through the traffic signal that is at 4800 and SR 92. Which is pretty mismanaged, but that's a whole other issue. But the fact that traffic going westbound does frequently back up heavily at that light is what would encourage people to take a right turn down Manor Drive and then therefore cut some time off of having to deal with that busy intersection. And that, in my opinion, is what would drive extra traffic down Manor Drive and up toward Alpine and the other parts of Highland that are further up to the north. So that's my opinion, and I hope that you'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? If not, thank you, all of you that participated. Decisions are hard sometimes, and we all have our perspectives, and I thank you for being respectful to each other. And I know council has listened and talked to many of you. So we will now continue with our agenda, and we have a presentation by our library director, Donna Carden, on the outcome of a survey that was conducted in January. Even if you're here for Manor Drive, this will be an interesting few minutes, so I would encourage you to stay. I always like to find out what people think, and I think surveys are a good way to do that. And this had some good questions in it, so.
Okay, last October, the council approved a project led by the library to do a feasibility study for a new community center. The feasibility study is being conducted by the firm CSRA and is led by a committee of community members, including myself, Shauna Larson of the Arts Council, council members Kim Rodella and Kurt Osler, and others. In January, we conducted a survey to assess public interest in the project, and I'd like to share some of the results of the survey. I did not include slides on all 17 questions, but I have provided the council with a handout with information on each of the questions, and if any of the council would like the raw data from that survey, I could also forward that to you. Okay. Oh, wrong way. Okay. So 97 of the people who responded to the survey were Highland residents. We had about 970 responses. As you can see, most of the people were in the age range 25 to 64, but there was a good chunk that were from the age range 65 and above. Our first question was, do you ever need a workspace outside of your home? And most of the people, 79%, said they did not, but 21% said they did. And in that survey, that's about 200 responses. So that was a significant response. Some of the questions were open so that people could write in answers. And so this question is, what kind of performances do people tend to attend? And the words that are bigger are the ones that occurred more often. So you can see that plays, music, musical theater were all significant responses in the survey. I have a blank space there. Okay. Then question 7 asked, do we need additional space for what? And so the answers were yes, very much, or yes, somewhat. So this is the percentages I'm showing are people who said either yes, very much, or yes, somewhat. The other responses that were possible were yes, a little, no, not at all, and no response. So 43% thought that we could use additional space for community events, 42% for dance, yoga, or group exercise, 41 for family events, and you can see some of the other top responses there. This was also a pre-response question. What were people interested in for community facilities? As you can see, a gym rec center was a really popular response. The ones that are bolded were the more frequent responses. A pool, an aquatic system, improved trail system, a makerspace, and fitness center were some of the top responses for that question.
Can you define what a makerspace is?
A makerspace is a place that's set up where people can come and just arrive and do something. So you could have a makerspace that had a 3D printer, or you could have a makerspace. Orem has one that has sewing machines, and so you can just come use them and leave. So it's a fairly general term, but it just means equipment set up that people can just come in and use. Here was another free response question. What kind of activities would you like to see in your community? The top response was none, which I thought was interesting, but some of the other responses were sports, community activities, plays, a rec center. It's a very popular response throughout the survey. Then what kind of space would support, would you think are important or very important? So we had a bunch of different kinds of spaces, and they could say they thought was important or very important. Some of the other responses were somewhat important or not important or don't know or not applicable. 40% said that an outdoor amphitheater would be either important or very important, and 40% said a stage area, a space with a stage was important or very important, and pavilions were also a popular response. Why is it not going? Thanks. That we asked people just what kind of spaces were lacking in our community. This is similar to the one I showed before. Again, none was a popular answer, but also parks, a rec center, community areas. I did that one already. There we go. So what kind of activities does your family participate in? And I recorded the ones that said often or sometimes. Community events was the top one, which is a nod to our Highland Fling Committee, but also large family events, exercise classes, recitals and plays were also, and musical performances were also popular responses. Okay, we asked, how much does your family spend on tickets for performances? And the average was $534, which shows that people are willing to spend money on these kind of things, but they range from $0 to $10,000 a year. Similar question, how much do you contribute to the arts in other ways besides tickets? And again, the numbers range from $0 to $20,000. So there's people who are supporting the arts in our community. So it was maybe a little skewed high because there were a few that were contributing a lot. Okay, the last few questions were on us lighting. So 0 was yes, very much. 100 was no, not at all. Do you think Highland City supports your community center needs? Kind of tended towards the, yeah, I think they do, but 53% were more on the other end of no, they don't. The next ones were about funding. Would you support community center, funding a community center with tax increases? Mostly no, but 28% said yes, which I think is, considering this is our first time we're kind of going at this, that's not a bad response. Would you like to see a new community center? 62% no, 38% yes. So again, it's not a bad starting point. Would you support funding a community center with a tax increase? Mostly no, but some favor. I think I did that one.
You did, yeah.
I'm going back. This is an awkward tool. I should always practice this. And I think we're pretty much at the end here. Are we not? Can you get me to the right place? Would you support the community center through a donation? 26% said yes, they would, which is is nice. Could you just forward for me? Okay, thanks. I think was that the end? The last question is, would you be interested in continuing information about this topic? And 203 people actually entered their personal information so that they could get further information on this topic. All right, do you have any questions?
I do.
Yes.
So maybe I'd just like to understand a little bit better. So we had 970 respondents. Does that represent 970 homes, or were there multiple responses from individual homes?
We allowed multiple responses per address in case there were more than one adult in the household.
So would you estimate how many were that way?
I don't think there was a good way to estimate that.
So we have about 4,700 homes in the city. So 930 or 70 responses, if it was each home, that's about 1/5 of the homes. But you're saying there's multiple responses from individual homes. So this was driven basically by people, like most surveys, that people want to be involved. Okay. So
from a statistical standpoint, this is an amazing response rate, actually. Even if you were counting by individual, you can feel confident that these numbers can be attributed to the general community at large. So we normally get around this amount for our annual resident survey, give or take. And I didn't do the test on this number, but given the number and its similarity to our annual survey rate, it is a really good response rate, actually. And we did try to, because we didn't want just people who wanted a community center to respond, right? We wanted everyone to respond. So we sent out like a postcard as well to every single Highland household advertising this, so that we did distribute to different groups who we know would be interested, right? Like our library listserv and our Arts Council listserv and things, but we tried to get the community as a whole as well. Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I appreciate it. But it's like all surveys. So I was really curious about one of your final statements, that people were opposed to a community center even if it was donated. And they would actually, more people would approve a tax increase. Can you explain that to me? I don't understand how that could be. I mean, I like things when they're given to me. I just wonder,
I can't presume to know why people responded the way they did. I'm just presenting you.
Interesting. Did you get any comments that would kind of guide you on that?
There were comments that were included, and if you want, I could send you those.
I'd like to see some of the comments. So I understand better.
So Scott, I looked at the raw data, and I did some analysis on it, and this was surprising for me as well.
Yeah, I find that really interesting.
But people are really, really opposed to funding this with tax dollars. That's evident.
Right.
So this might be a bleed over that says, okay, even if you build the building with tax dollars, it still takes tax dollars to run it. Right. So the operational costs, ongoing operational cost. And the question didn't say that the operational costs would be funded by donations as well as the construction costs. So my guess is that the no there was, we don't want you to build something for free and then say, okay, now you have to pay for it to use it, right, or run it or operate it. That's my guess on that. There were 25% of the people that said they would be willing to donate to make it happen, or 26%, which roughly correlates with the number of people who are interested in additional information. A bit more, but that gives me some consistency. Yeah, there are people who would want to donate to something like this. So, but that question you pointed out was kind of a surprise to me. But I think it was related to that. I don't want to pay for this with tax dollars, and I don't want to pay to operate it with tax dollars.
So one of the elements of the feasibility study that we're doing with the CRSA, at the end, they're going to have us meet with a financial person to talk about different options for funding, the ongoing maintenance of the facility. But we haven't gotten there quite yet, but that's on the schedule.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
So I'm seeing here, question 6 says, what kind of spaces are we lacking? And only 12% of residents said they felt that we were lacking a community center, but 38% said yes to community center.
I know,
So
I
why
thought
is
that
the
was
discrepancy there?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, today I'm just giving you the numbers. And why I wondered about that question myself. It's like, why would they answer that way on one and not on the other? And it may be, just a difference in how it was worded.
Mm-hmm.
But I tried to give you, on the slides I didn't give the full questions because they were kind of long, but on your sheet I think I did give pretty much the full questions.
So what are next steps from this feasibility study then?
We, as a committee, looked at the survey and kind of got a kind of an idea of what kind of space would fit the responses of the survey for those who are interested in a kind of space. And so at our next meeting, which I think is tomorrow or Thursday, we're going to have just some conceptual ideas of what kind of space might be of interest to the community.
Can I ask a question? Oh, sorry. Kim, do you have another one?
I just have one more. Do you feel that there is enough interest in a community center to go towards that next step? I guess my question is I guess 38% you said that were saying yes to a community center, even though 12% said we don't lack one. So what is the percentage that you would go off of to then take that to the next step and look at building one, look at the financials of one?
So we made a contract with CRSA for the feasibility study, and that's part of that. So that the concept drawings and the financial counseling is part of that feasibility study. So that'll go forward. What we do after that, we'll have to decide that.
Donna, go ahead, Brittany.
Yeah, I had a similar question to Kim also, because you've had more time to look at this data than I have, but it looks to me like it's not something residents seem like they feel like they're lacking or wanting to support financially through taxes or through private donations, I guess. So I guess kind of the same question as Kim is, what part of this shows us that this is something that residents really want?
This is very preliminary. So this was just testing the waters and getting an idea. And sometimes when someone is presented with an idea for the first time, they kind of have this knee-jerk response. But then after a while, when they get to think about it, they change their mind. So this is just very beginning baby steps. I am not, as library director, going to go out, start beating a drum for this. This is just investigating the possibility of an interest. That's what it was.
Okay, perfect. And I think that's good, and I think that it's important. I just wouldn't want to, I guess, feel like we were trying to talk residents into doing something. And I also wouldn't want to spend an excessive amount of your time or staff's time working on something that seems like is not feasible. But I understand that this is really preliminary, so.
Yeah, this is not imminent. This is just throwing an idea out there.
So Donna, my question comes a little bit, I remember when we approved the funding for this. Can you help share exactly how the funding was provided for this study? I know the foundation was involved, but I thought there was some COVID funds that the CRSA had that they provided for us. I mean, share again where the funds came for this study.
Yes, that's a very good question. So what happened was that I was at a meeting of library directors, and one of the other directors threw out that he knew of this agency that had some COVID money that they needed to spend before the end of the year. And so they would offer a feasibility study at a fraction of the regular price. So usually a feasibility study like we are doing now would have cost between $25,000 and $30,000, and they were willing to give it to us for $6,000. And so I thought, okay, I've thought about this idea. This is a great opportunity to save some money. And so I approached the Library Foundation and said, would you fund this if the City Council approves us? And they said, yeah, this is a bargain. So we jumped into it, and that's how we came about it.
So the funding for this, none of it came out of city funds.
No.
But I go back to what Councilmember Bills brought up, is there are some time that you're spending in this. I look at this, and the data is kind of saying, hey, I recognize that maybe, hey, they've got to be a little more educated, but I think we're getting a pretty strong sense that the community doesn't want to pay for a new community center.
Mm-hmm.
And I am kind of surprised when we ask, hey, even if we went and got donations for it, would you support the city? And I was a little surprised to see, I think that was 52-48, even if they didn't have to pay for it. And so I get a little nervous as we're starting to really, to try to push, to try to do some things that we've heard from the other council members moving forward. Some of the data, like you said, to me, I've always heard a good survey is you ask a question at the very beginning, and then you kind of reword that question towards the end that's the same question to see if it comes back true on both. And you're kind of mentioning, hey, we've got some confusion on some questions because you're getting different responses, but I'm not sure we're getting a strong enough response from the Highland residents saying we really support a community center. Now, just for those who are here, we have had in the past, there was an organization that came and approached the city about building a building that would be somewhat a community center, arts, theater, that, and that they were going to raise the funds for that. And so when this kind of came about, that was one of the things I was interested in is, hey, we've had some people approach that maybe would be interested in doing some of the fundraising. Now, that was before COVID. With the COVID, I think they've lost some donors, and we've not really, seen them jump back on in the last year. But that was a little bit, I think, of the interest, which has kind of been surprising to see some of the data come back.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if they come back. And so I want to reiterate, this is not something that we're going to now pursue in an active way. This was just a what if, sending out feelers. And if it continues to be that no one's interested in it, of course we won't build one. I mean, that would be ridiculous.
But you still have some work left in the contract that you have with these guys that they'll do for us, and we want
right. We're going to
that.
follow through with the contract, and if there's just, if we agree that this is just ridiculous, then we'll put it aside and maybe approach it again if it seems like interest grows. Any other questions?
I appreciate all the work you've done on this. And I don't think just for the citizens in the here in the room, any community center would be built probably just east of the fire station, not fire station, but the police station. There's 1.66 acres that's city-owned and was kind of originally for either a library expansion or a community center or something. And so you're just kind of investigating interest.
Yes, that's exactly
I mean, the city
what we're
owns the
doing.
property.
Correct. Okay, thank you, Donna. Appreciate you spending your time and sharing the information.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Josh Daniels. I see him in the back. Amelia, thank you for coming. Amelia Powers is our county clerk, and Josh Daniels is her deputy assistant. So they're here to talk to us about elections and cost. Thank you for coming.
Yeah. Well, we handed out a handout to all of you, so you've got a breakdown of our 2019 cost. So basically, the county provides a number of services to outside entities. For example, law enforcement patrol for some of the newer or smaller cities in the county where cities didn't have and weren't ready to and haven't yet created in-house police forces. Vineyard and Eagle Mountain are examples. So they contract with the county sheriff's office for patrol services, and that's a fee-based service that the county provides through an interlocal agreement. In similar fashion, the elections division of the county clerk's office has had similar interlocal agreements with cities to run elections. And it makes a lot of sense now, given the state mandate from the legislature to do vote by mail. And so, you know, we are able to handle that. We've got existing contracts for mass-produced, you know, envelopes and printing and postage and things like that, and the equipment to scan mail as it comes back and those sorts of things.
Yeah, a lot of those services are discounted by volume, and so you can take advantage of some of those services through volume, through the contracting with us. And I wanted to point out that prior to this year, every year that Utah County has offered this service, they've merely guessed on how much it actually costs to run an election. We were faced with that when we first came into office in 2019. We had no historical data at all about how much it actually costs to run the election cost per voter. In fact, my predecessor in the past oftentimes had to go to the commissioners during the fourth quarter and ask for more money because they'd run out of budget because they didn't plan that well. So in 2019, the numbers that we gave out were our best guess because we could find no historical data. But over the last 2 years, we've actually tracked that very closely, and we've worked very closely to come up with actual costs for the election. And so that's what these are based on our actual costs. They're not based on us making any money as a county. It's just straight what it costs us and is a pass-through for that.
Okay, and but from the city side, right, ignorant of the information that you have, the rates have gone up from, I think in 2017, it was, what was it, Nathan, $1.20 something or $1.30 something to $1.85 to $2.25. And so if you're looking at that data cold, you're saying, is it ever going to end? And then something that was outside the county's control that makes us feel a little bit frustrated is we used to be able to do signature verification through a system the state provided us access to. And I understand that access was eliminated, but it was limited by the state, not by the county. But now that puts you in a position of you're the only one that can provide this service, so now we worry because you're a monopoly, right? And are you taking advantage of us or not? So the questions are genuine, and I think they're valid, but I appreciate all the data that you're giving us. Okay.
Well, one of the things to keep in mind as well, to your point about signature verification, so prior to mass adoption and commitment to vote by mail, in other words, the first time the county did vote by mail, one of the problems was that they hadn't spent a sufficient amount of time maintaining the voter list to that point. And so on the first send out of ballots, and in 2018 we saw some of these challenges, prior to us coming in, you got a whole bunch of mail returned from the post office as undeliverable because people had moved. And so one of the services that really the city gets to leverage and benefit from is a well-maintained voter list because it's maintained year in and year out. And that's not a labor charge that's charged to the city. So, we've done thousands of man hours in our office to maintain the voter list. Admittedly, the state's voter system is really not perfect for vote by mail. In other words, the process of maintaining the voter list with our current system is much more manual than you would hope with the type of digital system that we have. But the state is actually migrating to an updated system that'll make that management process a lot easier and more efficient. But the point is that a great deal of labor has gone in, tedious labor, to updating the signature picture files from filings from voters, updating the voter list itself, ensuring that addresses are deliverable and that voters are actually living at those addresses. And all of that work means that when ballots get sent out on behalf of Highland City, they're going to get delivered. They're going to get delivered to their recipients. They're not going to get returned by the post office. They're going to find homes where we know that the voters that are registered are the voters that live there. The people that live there are the voters that are registered on the list, and vice versa. And when those ballots come back and it goes through our signature matching software, that those signatures are likely to match even on an auto basis because of the high quality images that have been imported into the system that match the filings from those voters.
Can I ask you one quick, to speak into the mic? We're having trouble hearing you out in the lobby. Thanks.
So let me just interject here. That's a benefit that I really appreciate from vote by mail. And I go on record, I've been opposed to a vote by mail only for a long time. I might still be, but one of the real benefits is that it forces the cleanup of the voter rolls. And I believe somebody was inspired at some level to have us start that early so that this year, when we had to do it, we could. And I feel very, very confident in our county's election results because of the work that you guys have done. And that wouldn't have happened if we'd had the old system. So somewhere that was inspired, right? And in spite of my knowledge that it was a dumb idea, it ended up being a really good idea, so.
Yeah, it ended up working out really well for us this year, where the rest of the nation was scrambling. We were right on track to run a good, clean, secure election here in our county. In fact, we've been recognized nationwide for the work that we've done here in the county. We received just recently what's called a Cleary Award. It's a clearinghouse award from the Federal Elections Assistance Commission. It's the highest honor that an election office can receive. And we just received a Cleary Award just this month. So,
can I interject one thing? Do you prefer questions as you go while you're talking about an item, or do you want me to wait until you're finished?
Yeah, either way.
Whatever is easiest for you. I don't want to interrupt, but I had a question about voter rolls.
Okay, I'll cover one more thing. Perfect. So last year, we actually did break down our cost per voter, and our print and mail was about $1.50 per voter per election. Actually, it was right about $1.50. Equipment and supplies was almost 9 cents, was about 8.8 cents. The administration and support was 19 cents, and labor was 46 cents to process those votes. So that comes to a total of $2.23.8 cents is what it cost us per voter per election, which is where we came up with that $2.25. Now keep in mind that that's our max. We work to find efficiencies through the process in any way and every way that we can. And if we can get that, if our actual cost, we'll do the same thing this year. If our actual cost per voter per election comes in at less than that, we would charge less than that. That's just the max that we'll have.
So your fixed costs are really low, is what I'm looking at, and most of it's variable based on an election, right? So postage, envelopes, I'm sorry. Let me just inject one other comment I had on the last election. I was disappointed that we didn't have voter information pamphlets mailed out. I know that costs more, but there are a number of people that are older and still would rather read something than go online. And so I'm a little bit concerned that those didn't go out. If you don't do them this year, we will, which will add to our cost. But I know that adds cost, but I think it has.
No, I agree. I think those are very valuable things. I just only am given so much budget. So I do what I can with what I have.
Sorry, Brittany.
Are you ready? I'm so excited. I love talking about elections. A couple of things. So I came from Oregon, so I totally get the whole vote by mail thing. That's all we ever got to do there. I never got to take my kids to the polls with me, which was sad. And I totally appreciate all the work you've done. I think the elections office is really well run there at the county, and I feel like we could trust results from there. The couple of questions that I have now. So I guess first for the residents who are here, because there are residents here tonight, the reason that they're presenting is because we're trying to decide what to do with our elections going forward because of this new requirement to do more vote by mail. And the cost has increased substantially from the county from years past. So my first question though would be about the voter rolls. Can you tell me what the process is for removing a name from a voter roll? And then I'm also interested to know, it seems like good government would share those voter rolls between jurisdictions. So do we as a city not have access to the complete voter rolls? Because I think it's a fair point. You've done a really good job cleaning those up. But is that not an advantage we can take, or something we can take advantage of as a city?
Yeah, so a couple of things. It depends on how and why the person is removed from the voter rolls, and there's also a difference between removing someone and making them inactive. So on a weekly basis, we run the voter rolls through the vital statistics and look for any death certificates. We also look at the obituaries in case the person has passed away outside of our jurisdiction, so we may not have the death certificate for them. And so we're looking for those things on a weekly basis, and those people would be removed from the voter rolls. Then there's something that's called an inactive voter, and we also run our voter registration through the National Change of Address database. And anyone who has put in a change of address with the Postal Service, we trigger those and we send out a postcard confirming that they've moved. If we don't get that postcard back that says, no, I did not move, then we move them to what's called inactive status. If they've moved outside of our jurisdiction, or if they've moved to another county, we send that information to that county within the state of Utah. Or if someone hasn't voted in the last 4 elections, we can move them to an inactive status, but they are technically still a registered voter. So we also do this if we get their ballot returned to sender. So if we put it in the mail and it gets returned to sender, we can go through and move them to an inactive status so that we're not sending them another ballot the next election. So it really depends on the circumstances on what we're doing, but when we move someone to an inactive status, they could still show up at a polling location, early vote, they could call our office and request a ballot, and we can still get them a ballot in that election cycle. We just don't proactively send them one because we've seen that they're not an active voter. So that's just a handful of them, and there are others that.
Yeah, it's just the important thing to understand is there's a difference between an inactive voter and a removed voter. So there's certain requirements that have to be met for a voter to be removed from the voter rolls, and that's a very high standard. But then there's a variety of other reasons that you could be put to inactive status, which means you don't get a ballot proactively mailed to you because the presumption is you don't live there. The evidence indicates you don't live there anymore. We're not deregistering you, removing you. We're simply moving you to active and not sending you a ballot. You're still welcome to show up in person and get a ballot, if you actually are still there and are still a voter. And then to your second point of your question about the voter registration rolls. So under state law, the voter registration roster list, if you will, is essentially the responsibility of the county clerk. Now, functionally, in Utah, our state voter registration system, which is essentially a collection of the statutory requirements of the 29 county clerks, is a digital technological system that is hosted and managed by the state elections office, the lieutenant governor's office. And the Department of Technology Services, a state agency, manages the login access to that voter registration system. And so the security protocols that are set by the Department of Technology Services for access to that system, they've updated their policies, and essentially, where there might have been times in years past where city recorders could have their own login to the state voter registration system, that's no longer the case. Now, in our county, we actually fought pretty hard with the state to try to request that access for city recorders, and we were unsuccessful in making that case. In terms of the voter data itself, we do and are willing to and have in the past and will continue into the future to share that data with the city, upon request. If you want the voter list, we can get you the voter list. That's not an issue.
And I think I sent it to you, Rod, last election.
You did.
Oh, I think it was it not Highland?
Well,
one of them, I thought it was you, but one of the mayors requested the voter information and I sent it to them. But the requirement, so the state law says that the county clerk's office is in charge of maintaining that database, but federal law under HAVA requires that every state's either secretary of state or lieutenant governor in a state that doesn't have a secretary of state like Utah actually manages that list. So elections is a really complex and convoluted mix of federal and state law. And so federal law requires that every state have a central database housed at the state office, and then state law requires that my office maintain our section of that.
Sure.
And any person, and I've requested, I can't remember if it was as mayor or as an individual, you can ask for a precinct, you just have to pay for it, and it isn't that much, actually.
Right, and I think in the last election, we allowed cities to request access to that without paying for it, because we were running their election.
So, and I know that the voter rolls and how to remove people from those has been contested in the courts lately. So we could, though, theoretically get our voter list from you and then run our own election.
Except it would be difficult to do signature verification.
Right,
Sure.
signature verification, that would have to be done in our office with one of our employees, because they're the only ones that have logins and access. So the voter rolls that we can give you, we cannot give signature information. Under state law, we can give you the voter rolls so that you can have the name and the address of each individual to mail them a ballot, but we cannot give you their signatures. So you would actually have to have someone in our office with one of our employees by their side to do that signature verification.
What is your process for signature verification?
We have an automatic process. We pay for a system. We have a big machine called an Agilis that takes a digital picture of every ballot, of every envelope, not ballot, of every envelope as it comes in. And then it matches the barcode on that envelope with the voter registration, and then it goes into a system called SigVer, and we have a threshold set at, I think ours is set at 40 points right now, that is looking for a match in any of the signatures that we have on record. We look at up to the last 3 elections, the voter registration and the DMV, and anything that passes automatically through that signature verification goes in to get counted. Everything else, and we only have about 30% that do that. About 70% of the ballots go through this SigVer process, and we have trained our employees to go through 2 different levels of signature verification. Level 1 is just a quick check. These are entry-level people that have been trained in signature verification, and they're looking at each one. It's very fast. Either it matches or it doesn't, and you can tell. If you have any question whether or not it matches, then you deny that. Those ones will go through a second level of signature verification with our senior employees who have more training, and at that point, we have the ability to lengthen a signature or change the size of it, because the box may not be the same as what you signed. We also have the ability, these people are more, for example, the automatic will change it. My first name is Amelia, and sometimes I sign with a cursive A, and sometimes I sign with like a swirly capital A. And so the automatic system won't see that, but someone who's has more training will recognize that differentiation there is off. So then we go through a second level of signature verification. If it doesn't match at that point, state law does require you to contact the people through a cure process, and we have a separate process we use for that.
Super interesting. I've always wondered about that signature verification process, because it seems like it's so much more accurate to verify someone's identity in person than it is through a signature. 2 more quick questions, and then I'll be done. So with the new state law that says elections need to be primarily by mail conducted, is there a definition for what that means, primarily by mail?
Well, I'm not sure if that's a quote from the code. Primarily is not typically a statutory word. I think the code is clear that all elections have to be done by mail. So city elections have to be done by mail. I can try to find the state code on that.
I think I have it. I'll look for that in a second. My last question is, if you would just, I would be interested to know, because I know that one of the big ballot issues last year was the increase in the county property tax, the county's portion. And I know that a significant portion of that went to your office. Mm-hmm. So I guess that increase, which then is that a yearly increase or a one-time increase that you got? And that increase was not enough to cover the increased costs of you administering elections for cities?
So that increase does not cover us running elections for cities at all. Our commission does not have an appetite to supplement the cities by using our property tax dollars. Because the cities are a property tax levy themselves, they would prefer that you levy that yourselves. So the commission does not have an appetite to supplement and help pay for city elections. Our increase, the significant portion of that paid for was updated equipment. It was kind of a combination of one-time and ongoing. So for example, prior to our term of office, the elections office did not have an elections director. So counties that were literally half our size, a third our size, a quarter of our size had the position election director, and we did not have anyone in that position. We actually had, when I came into office, we had a total of 3 full-time staffers for over 300,000 registered voters, and that was just wholly understaffed. We also did not have nearly the equipment we needed. All of this was very apparent when you looked at the 2018 election with 4 and 5 and sometimes 6-hour lines. So we had a fraction of the equipment we needed. We had a fraction of the staff we needed, and we actually didn't have a ballot center. All of our election equipment the equipment that we owned was actually outdated and was being decertified by the federal government. It was stored at a warehouse at the Public Works facility that was not climate controlled and did not have 24/7 security. So we actually acquired what were the multi-purpose rooms at the county are now our ballot center. So a large portion of that became our monthly rent, if you will, in the county building to have a secure ballot center. We've also added a security system to the ballot center. There was not a security system that protected our election equipment before. So some of those are ongoing costs in the, in the rent for the space, the new staffers, but sometimes some of them are one-time costs. Construction on that ballot center to get it built out, and some of the equipment.
Sure, that makes sense.
And you're correct. Statute does say primarily by mail.
Yes.
And so the definition is interesting because while that's not necessarily defined, the next section of that code, subsection 2, says an election officer who administers an election shall, no sooner than 21 days before the election day, no later than 7 days before election day, mail to each active voter within a voting precinct ballot, and it goes into detail. But essentially, taken together, what the statute requires is that election officers have to mail voters a ballot. So primarily by mail, I suppose you could say, well, does it mean that every vote must be cast by mail? Well, no, people could show up in person. There's some exceptions to the rule, but one of the requirements that election officers have to follow is they have to send ballots by mail to all the voters. And so that's where you end up in a situation where the entirety of the election is essentially by mail for the most part.
And you guys did an amazing job in this last election at getting results out quickly, which I appreciated. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to take so much time. I just think elections matter. I think it's important to make sure our process is transparent.
We
so I
don't,
appreciate
you can
it.
ask as many questions. We don't mind coming up here and answering the questions.
I think I might be
agree.
boring the other people. I mean, I could talk all day, but.
Well, I could talk about elections all day too.
We should, hang out later. Thank you so much for your answers.
Does anybody have any other questions?
So the cost on this sheet is like for a primary or a general, right? Not that, so that's a, this
Correct.
is,
So the cost is per voter per election. So if you do a primary, then you're going to get charged for that, and then, but if you don't have a primary, then we don't charge you for that.
so we should discourage people from running.
No,
Is that what you're-
absolutely not. We want good civic engagement. We want people to run for office, and we want everyone to vote who is eligible and able.
I second that.
I mean, and you do have that option. You guys have already discussed it, I know, where you can, under the ranked choice voting pilot, eliminate the primary by just having a general and using ranked choice voting rather than having a primary and a general. That's an option, and that reduces your total cost because you eliminate one of those cycles of elections, which means we don't have to mail all the voters that ballot 2 different times during the year, which is really where the largest cost comes in, is the print and mail to send those ballots to everybody. It's over $1 just to do that, and then you start to take into account the cost of the return postage for those who do mail it back. Now, you're probably going to see some savings this year. Again, we capped it at $225 because we don't anticipate it being more than $225. We hope that it'll actually be less, and there's a few potential cost savings out there. One is that in the 2020 election, by the time we had the general election in November, over 70% of Utah County voters returned their ballot using a drop box, which saved money on return postage. And so I think that trend will continue, and the cities will see an increased savings this year by voters not mailing the ballot back, but by dropping it in a drop box.
And the drop boxes are way more secure, right?
Absolutely. Yep, double locks. We control that process of opening them, and we have 2 people, and there's a lot of security that goes into that.
Even though we have a box right here, we don't have a key to it.
That's actually what we won our Cleary Award for, was how secure our drop boxes are because of our process. So I just have to brag about that.
Another potential cost saving is some of our support costs may go down. The state may, it's not yet certain, but they may reimburse some of our annual maintenance costs for our equipment and some of the other services that we get from our statewide vendor. And so if that happens, there'll be a savings there as well. So again, we're committed to billing actual costs. We're going to do a good job to make sure that we're looking at the actual cost of doing municipal elections, not actually billing the cities for some of our ongoing voter list maintenance work and things like that.
So if we add a referendum to the ballot, does that cost extra?
No, if it's on the same ballot as any of your election, then it's just part of that election. The big cost is you can put as much as you want on that ballot, but we send that ballot out. You got to print it, you got to mail it, you got to send it out, you got to get it back, you got to process it. That's where the cost comes in.
So can I clarify something here? This is one of the problems of sitting over here. We get kind of out of the viewscape. But so are you telling us per election, whether it's the general election or the primary election, it'd be $35,000 approximately? So if we have a primary and a general election, it's $70,000 approximately, subtracting some cost savings you're talking about.
Let me pull up that document actually and just double check we're looking at the same thing. Is the total at the bottom on that document 35?
35, 5, 3480.
That's for the whole year.
That's the whole year.
That's the whole of 2019, and I forget, did you have a primary in 2019?
Primary and general there.
We generally have primaries here.
Okay,
But the 20, you should tell them what the 2020,
2021.
2020, 21.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, because this is
For the upcoming
2019.
Yeah, that's actually 2019's.
Right.
So
the
we're looking at how many.
21 quote is
how many
what,
registered
55
voters?
something? What is it?
We can look and see how many,
Bethany, do you have that?
how many registered voters did you have?
We have 12,291.
So, Councilmember Smith, so what you're looking at and what we handed out is what was the true cost in 2019.
Right.
We don't expect a significant deviation from that true cost. And so what we're saying is that it cost $35,000. Well, actually, we billed you $35,000 total in 2019. The cost was $47,000. What we would anticipate this year for a general and a primary would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000. That's the number of voters.
No.
For both elections combined.
I think it was 50, I remember us talking about it in staff, it was like
Gosh,
55.
64. So you're probably looking somewhere in the neighborhood of $60,000 total this year.
Yeah, the total that you sent to us exactly was 55,309.50.
Yeah.
That was 2020.
That's for
That's what
2020.
this year
See,
would
That's
be.
for this year.
My number was, yeah.
Now, we only pay that every other year because of.
Right, so a lot of cities budget half of that every year.
Like we pay our PI 12 months of the year, even though we don't only use it 6 months.
So what you're saying, we could spread it out, the cost over a couple years then?
But
This is the
big-
cost for that.
This is, 55 is the cost for this year, so we're going to have to eat it this year.
Right.
And then we can budget going forward.
But long-term budget, you could divide it over the years, make
Yes.
it a little bit less painful. Okay.
Another question, do you have any cities that are running their own elections this year?
I have not heard of any yet.
And
No.
just if we I mean, looking at economics, if we decide to run it ourselves, we have a drop box out here. Since it's ran by the county, and we might have other cities, I mean, because it's a county drop box, and possibly other cities might be dropping off their ballots thinking, because they've done that in the past years, this is where they'd come. Is that something we'd have to have county employees come and unlock, or could we just put for Highland City election? I'm just looking at that option.
So what we would do is we would temporarily transfer the custody of the keys for that over to your city. And then you would be responsible for checking that drop box. And when they checked that drop box, if there were any ballots from other cities, what we typically do, because this happens sometimes amongst counties, like sometimes somehow we get, some from Salt Lake County or Davis County. What we typically do is you put it into a secure envelope, like a bank bag, and you zip tie that as the election judge who's ever checking that. And then we would have our rovers pick those up as they were picking up. And we would do the same.
Okay. If there's no other questions, I want to thank you both for coming. I know your time is valuable.
Thank you all.
Hey, Mayor.
Yes.
I have a question. Is there any way we could move up agenda item 8, action, Manor Drive plan, to after the consent items, just because many people are here to hear that one and they probably don't want to stay until midnight?
I agree with that.
We could, except we're waiting for Todd to get back. He's
back.
Oh, he's back.
He's in a suit.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a first.
So
Nobody recognizes him in a suit.
we could, if you want to do
Mayor?
that then. Yes.
No.
Who's speaking?
It would be so quick.
Kurt, I thought you were going to negotiate with them about the price of the election.
That hasn't began yet. That still has to happen. So.
Okay, I didn't think you would let it just go.
I see it in his eyes, though.
Yeah.
Can I just ask? Okay, sorry, Mayor. I was just asking. We do have a plat amendment with the public hearing that would be relatively quick, that the resident is here. If we could just do that really quickly before the Manor Drive item.
That's item 5, the next one?
Yes.
Okay, so council, would you be okay with moving item 8 into the slot for item 6?
Yes.
Okay, so then we'll proceed with item 5, public hearing, plat amendment, Canterbury Circle, plat C. The way we'll work this is Kelly will discuss the item, we'll open it up for...
Mayor?
Yes?
Don't we have to do the consent calendar first?
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
I'll make the motion if you want to make it quick.
No, I jumped the gun. So we have one item on our consent list, and that is item A, resolution, public treasuries investment fund access. Does anybody want to pull that?
No.
If not, then I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move the Highland City Council approve consent item 4A, which is a resolution, public treasurer's investment fund access.
I'll second.
Motion by Scott, second by Brittany. Aaron, we are ready to vote. Okay. We're done. That is approved unanimously. Okay, now on to item number 5. Go, Kelly.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This is a plat amendment in Canterbury Circle subdivision. It is just to combine Lot 8 with the it was previously open space. It has since been disposed, and Brendan Grover is the resident and is just requesting to combine these lots. A little bit of background, it was approved back in 2000 as an open space subdivision. In 2016, the open space was disposed of and a plan was approved with that disposal. And again, the request is just to combine these lots. The radius notifications were sent out and we have received no resident comment regarding the request. It's a little tough to see. This is the previously approved plat with the open space disposal. I just point this out because it does have a water line easement that was recorded with this plat, and so part of this plat amendment, we are ensuring that this easement is added onto the plat amendment. And it is it's about 15 feet on the southern portion. It goes up to a maximum of 17 feet up to the north. We don't have an existing water line, but I've spoken with staff and we've agreed to make sure it stays there. And we as staff just recommend that the city council hold a public hearing and approve the final plat subject to these stipulations. They're pretty standard. The second one is just ensuring that that easement is recorded with the plat amendment. And Brandon Grover, the applicant, is also here if you have any questions for him.
So, council, do you want to hear from the applicant?
I would. I'd just like to know what he's planning on doing with the property.
Okay, so if you'd come up, state your name, and then when you're done, we'll open it up for public hearing.
Hello, my name is Brandon Grover. We are contemplating an addition off the back of our house and potentially detached garage.
And you purchased this property because it was disposed as an open space surplus?
That's correct. The prior owners did, and then we purchased both the home on the original parcel as well as the additional parcel.
And you'd like them joined together so you can put an addition on your home?
Yeah, we'd mistakenly understood that was already done, but apparently they were left as separate parcels. So.
And my understanding is if you're going to build on that second parcel, you can't, you have to combine it first. So if you weren't going to, it'd be fine the way it is, but because you're building and it's on that property, you have to combine them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will open the public hearing. And if anybody wants to comment on this issue, let's hear from you. I don't see anybody wanting to comment. We'll close it. Council, further discussion or motion?
Mayor, I move that the city council accept the findings and approve the Canterbury Circle Plat C, subject to the 3 stipulations recommended by staff.
I'll second it.
Motion by Kurt, second by Scott. We're ready to vote? Okay. That passes unanimously. Okay, our next item is formally item 8. It's Action Manor Drive Plan. And it looks like Todd is going to lead that discussion.
Mayor, Council, I apologize for being late. I had another commitment that I couldn't miss. Manor Drive, we're well aware of this action item, and I apologize for missing the residents' comments at the first of this meeting. I've read all of the information and all of the questionnaires that we had, so I'm well aware of the concerns. Who's running this? Right there.
Issue with our voting software. Give me a minute.
Okay. So Manor Drive. Is it ready, Aaron?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So Manor Drive, this subdivision was approved in 1975. We were incorporated as a city in 1977. It was designed as a cul-de-sac there on the north end. It was not constructed that way. I've heard many reasons why or why not, irrigation, different things. It currently is on the plat and shown as a cul-de-sac, but the road is not constructed that way. The reason that we are now addressing this once again is the property owner to the north would like to develop, and so we want to finalize this for once and all and do what's best for the residents of Highland City. Just a little bit of background. I think I already mentioned some of this, so I may skip through quickly. If it works. There we go. Like I said, 75, the county gave a variance for the cul-de-sac length. The cul-de-sac was never built due to the development. We did hold an open house where we had quite a few residents, and they all filled out questionnaire cards. We've included that in your staff report, so you have all of that information. We presented 2 options. We noticed that those are the written cards. So here's what it looks like now. You can see that the right-of-way ownership is very, very invasive in the last 2 lots. So if we were to go in and build the cul-de-sac as it was intended years and years ago, we would be completely taking out the front yards of those 2 homes. Basically, here were the 2 options that were kind of presented when we were talking to the developer. This would be the cul-de-sac option where we would connect to the north. The one issue with this plan is utilities. We need to connect a water line to Manor Drive. Manor Drive currently doesn't have proper pressures for fire suppression in their subdivision, and it was always the intent for that water line to continue north, meaning we would need to do some sort of trail access or something if the city council were to decide that this is the best option for the residents. This would be the other option, which would be connecting the road, and we would be able to put utilities right in the road. So these were the 2 options that were presented. Most, if not all, of the residents that were here at the open house that filled out cards specifically said they wanted the previous option. So this was largely, and probably by most of the comments that you heard for tonight, this is probably what their preference would be. The pros to this would be just access and keeping the utilities in a dedicated right-of-way. So those would be the 2 benefits to having this option. The other option, the benefits would be obviously, cutting out the what would be possible through traffic. I'm sure it will happen. If you've been out on 4800 West and seen the backups, I'm sure there will be people that think this is faster and cut the corner. So that is the negative effect of this option. So when we say recommendation, the council asked us to give our recommendation. The only reason we recommend the through road is for access for public safety and utilities. We need to connect the culinary water through. Either way, we will make it work, but my recommendation as the city engineer is that we choose one or the other. I personally believe that even though we've made a terrible mistake in the past of not constructing this cul-de-sac properly in the first place, I don't think we should leave it as is when we have the option to fix it now when development is happening. So that is my recommendation as a city engineer, that we choose either option A or option B and finalize it for once and all, for all, so the residents on Manor Drive don't have to, are not required to come back over and over again. So any questions for me as the city engineer?
Todd, so if you go back to the picture of the cul-de-sac, what it would look like. So right now there are like some trees on that home to the east. So, but that land technically belongs to the city?
Correct. So if you look at, this is a better picture to look at right here. So you can see the yellow line is where our right-of-way actually is. And so, yeah, the city technically owns both of their front yards currently, but it's been like this for 45, 50 years. So
I am surprised that I have lost sleep over a cul-de-sac that I don't live on. That was surprising to me, but I have, because it seems like you can make a case for either side, right?
It's a very difficult situation, because I, as the city engineer, I have to step back and try to take emotion out of this. I have to, you know, I understand all of the residents that live on Manor Drive, that, yeah, it's obvious that a through road is not a good thing. It's obvious. But I have to stand back and look at the other side, where this is very, very invasive on 2 homes. And you're going to be unfair one way or the other.
So the residents brought up earlier, and I talked to you about this, but only for a second before the meeting, is there So I know that right now, those 4 homes are zoned R140. If they can fit 4, it might only be 3. Is there a possibility at all of talking to the developer to see if you can move the cul-de-sac north a little bit, and in exchange for that, you would give him his 4 lots at R130? And then, because I know cul-de-sacs cost money, would there be any way then that we could ask those homeowners to purchase the portion of land that the city has been, well, that they've been using that belongs to the city?
So what you're saying is just you do this option and extend the cul-de-sac to the north a little bit more, once again exceeding even that much more of the variance that was granted years ago. We will make either option work, or option C is what you're asking. So
yeah, or like F, or I don't know what number we're at by now, but something.
So we as staff will make that work if that's what the city council would like to move. Now, there's still going to be negotiations and things we will need to work out with the landowner to make sure, because ultimately this is not our property.
Sure.
We've got to work that out, but it definitely is an option.
And that would be the exchange rate. He would get his R130. And I don't know if that's even a feasible option. I know I didn't give you any time to think about it, really, and I hate continuing things.
So did we discuss that at all with the residents?
No, I just brought it up right now.
It was just brought up tonight.
Okay. So if anyone's unclear, what she's talking about is actually moving this cul-de-sac to the north and take some of Lot 3 away from the developer.
Could you move it partially up? I mean, you wouldn't have to move the whole thing up.
We could do whatever the city council asks us to look at, but like ultimately, this is not our decision. So I mean, we can ask is the point.
Yeah, true. So
and
tell
then, I'm sorry,
go ahead.
The 2 complications then from a city point of view would be that utilities have to go somewhere.
We still would need the water connection for fire suppression.
And then I'm sure that Chief Thompson would also have an opinion. I mean, I think those would be the 2 things, right?
Well,
Once you got them to agree.
Chief Thompson, and he wrote me a memo, so I can speak for him because I remember reading it a couple times. Chief Thompson is supportive of the connectivity, the road going through, but ultimately what he is looking for is at least a cul-de-sac that it has I'll let you talk. You came up.
And while he's coming up, I would say thank you, Public Safety. I know it was a rough yesterday and today, so I appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you. My concern with extending the cul-de-sac, we're already beyond the recommendation in the fire code appendix for distance of the cul-de-sac. Anything longer than 750 feet requires special approval, and that would usually happen on the onset, meaning that you would look at other ways and means of addressing fire flow issues and distance of the travel area, like putting fire sprinklers in homes and things like that to address the issue. We're talking about now extending it beyond 750 feet, which it already, I think, currently sits at like 758 or 760, somewhere in that neighborhood. And we're talking about extending it even further, which presents some problems. Obviously, we want to, the fire code is adopted as a state statute, and so we want to make sure we're adhering to the fire code.
Any other questions for us?
Yeah. So, Chief Thompson just explained safety issues from fire, but you said there was a lot of other safety issues. I would like to understand that better if it was a through connection, because it seems to me if all of a sudden we're channeling a bunch of high school students through a neighborhood that's been a quiet, that would raise some safety issues and not resolve those. I'm just a little concerned.
Yeah, so...
if you could explain how it improves safety other than the fire.
So we're already looking at 4800 West. We've got a study going on to see exactly what that road needs to become in the future with Alpine, with Lehigh City, and with MAG. We've got a study going on. If you've been out there in the morning, and seen the traffic. We tried a couple years ago to at least make it a little safer by adding the designated right turn lane, because people were going over the top of the planter strip and everything. But this backs up all the way into Alpine every morning, almost every morning. And so the thought is that if we were to make this road go through, that you would get kids that once they knew that went through, they may try to cut the corner. And it could happen. It's probably going to happen. The extent of that problem, we would have to study it. So Scott, I can't tell you, is it going to be 50 cars every morning? Is it going to be 10? I don't know what that's going to be.
Well, I guess my question is how does that increase your safety? I'm kind of perplexed. If you run high school students through a quiet neighborhood, how that increase safety? Because you said that the city staff recommended the through road, and I understand where the fire chief's coming from, but I'm just curious what your thinking was on how to
My
improve
thinking
safety.
is from a city standpoint, I've got snow plows that come down here and back all the way down this street and turn around. And then you've got delivery trucks, you've got fire safety equipment that if they ever need to go down here, there's nowhere to turn around. So it's much, much more dangerous for a large vehicle like that to back down a road than have standard vehicles traveling straight.
Todd, do you know how our garbage trucks service this area or our recycle? Do they have to back down the road too?
I have only talked to, I haven't talked to garbage. I've talked to my guys extensively. There are times where they will try to use driveways, but a lot of times the driveways are closed, and we will actually back all the way down the street. It's very unsafe for us. That is the whole reason why we built the salt building the way we did, that we could pull through, not back up, because that is a very dangerous movement for a large truck backing down a road with children.
So can we kind of just go to Plan C just a little bit? So if we move this cul-de-sac up into the other property owner, that property owner, I mean, they don't have to, we're making some hypotheticals for that property owner, but he could, if we granted, say, hey, we'll work with you on getting 4 lots, but we want you to work with us on the property on the south to be able to go in and put a cul-de-sac. Now, at that time, there's also going to be a cost. I mean, just looking at how much do you feel like a cul-de-sac might cost to construct?
Well, we looked at just building it right here, and keep in mind, these are just general costs. I think, did we put it in the report? It was roughly about $70,000 to go in and remove everything, do curb and gutter, sidewalk, redo asphalt. So that's what it's going to cost to currently build the cul-de-sac where it is. Now, extending it to the north, if we don't have to pay for property, we could actually save a little bit of money because we're not tearing out yards and things like that. So it may save us a little bit, but you're going to be $50,000 to $70,000 to do whatever we decide if it's a cul-de-sac.
Well, you would still need an easement access that you could put your water line through.
Correct. So regardless of what plan we decide, the water connection has to happen for fire flows.
But if you did do that, then those homes up there, at least a couple of them could have access to that cul-de-sac, I would think.
No, because this road will go through, so we wouldn't give them, the homes would need to front Snowflake.
Uh-huh.
So this would be a backyard, and in fact, I would prefer that it's all fenced off. We wouldn't want double frontage with a home facing north and having road access to the south.
And why is that?
Because we try not to do double frontage, or in some cases, triple frontage in the city. So we try to avoid that.
Since I see Rob walking up, can I ask you a question that I just follow up from last time when we talked about this? Is there any kind of a liability issue for the city, either way, having a cul-de-sac that is longer than it should be, or knowing there's a safety issue with trucks backing down that road and us acknowledging it's a safety issue and then fixing it the right way?
Yes, so I'll address the liability issue first as it currently is. Obviously, throughout the city, there's road issues, there's problems, things that aren't perfectly up to code, they're not designed correctly, there's errors, that happens just over time.
where liability comes into play is when a city has become aware of something and then chooses not to fix it when they had the chance to. If something happens, there is a significantly increased liability risk to the city. If, for, Public Works is driving a snow plow, a garbage truck is driving through there, they back up, they hit someone's car, heaven forbids, a person, there's a chance someone could say, you knew this was an issue, you talked about it, and you said, oh, it doesn't matter. That's the way I would not want to be in that position to defend the city. I never want to be in that position because I hope that doesn't have to happen ever. But there is a significant risk there now that it has kind of come up, and especially since there has been numerous meetings, we've talked through various options. There is a way of resolving it that would not necessarily cost the city an inordinate amount of money. It's harder for the city to say, we couldn't make that budget cut this year. Often that works because we can't fix every road issue in the city. We try to do those that are most important. We have a lot of scheduling for that. But with this coming up now, as we've talked through it, yes. As to the cul-de-sac, there's the cost just in putting it in, great impact to the neighbors. Moving that cul-de-sac further north into the neighboring property, I'm not quite sure how that would work legally because the variance was granted by the county, not by us. We can't really extend the variance. We can't change it. It wasn't our variance. And the property owner to the north that's developing, they don't need the variance. It's not a hardship on them to have a cul-de-sac in their property. We would be taking their property, exacting it, and the problem with that is we would be exacting it for a purpose that is illegal under the city's code. City's code says you can't have cul-de-sacs longer than 600 feet. Fire code has other suggestions. So it's harder for us to say, we can maybe put it in as is, because that's what was approved before. There's a variance on record. But to change it, you usually can't make something more non-conforming. You can either leave it as is or fix it.
So can I ask you a question, Ro?
Yeah.
Okay. So this kind of goes back to my previous question. So, we're saying the direct road makes things safer, for fire and all these different things. But at the same time, it opens up a lot of through traffic. And it seems to me it's a problem if the council votes against the overwhelming majority in the neighborhood, and then some high school student comes barreling through the neighborhood and hits a kid and kills them. How does that affect our liability as a city? Because we're doing something that the majority of the neighborhood doesn't want us to do. So I'm just curious. That's probably asking things I shouldn't in a public meeting, but I'd really like to understand that.
No, it's a good question. The thing is, when the city builds a road and it's built to standard, we assume people use that road in a safe and responsible manner. Obviously, people don't. But the city's not liable because a teenager drives recklessly. The city could be responsible if the city created a road that was inherently dangerous. If there were, large potholes that we knew about and we just ignored. Or in this case, there wasn't turnarounds that we could have our large trucks use for safer access. So in terms of overall safety, there's two considerations. One is just safety to the neighborhood. There's a couple ways you can look at that. There's the safety of terms of having fire access, making sure you can get the fire apparatus up in there and can turn around and access buildings, garbage trucks and other large vehicles backing up. There's one safety concern. Other safety concern is there will be more traffic going through there if you connect it through as a through street. City's liability is only on one side of that. City is not liable for people misusing the public roads. Whether that should decide your vote, that is a policy call for the council to say, we have two ways of looking at safety. One of them is a city liability issue, one of them is not.
So just going back to, just want to make, so what you're just reiterating what you said, trying to extend that little cul-de-sac to the north, you're saying because there was a variance granted, we cannot say, hey, we can extend that because it would fall into that variance category, and we can't necessarily meet that burden of a variance anymore.
Yes, I'm not sure what process the county went through to grant that variance in the first place.
It wasn't council, it was county.
It was the county.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
I misspoke if I said council. The county went through, but the city can't grant itself a variance for that, and there's no real justification for the property owner. It's always based on the hardship experienced by a property owner because they cannot use their property due to some limitation that exists on their property. So we can build it as is because there is a variance of record. It runs with the land. We even have the right of way. You know, you can see that little cul-de-sac there. We own it. We could build the cul-de-sac out because we have that right. I cannot recommend that the city extends the cul-de-sac any further, you know, both for, you know, fire safety, access, and all those reasons, and also just the city's code prohibits the city from allowing that long of a cul-de-sac.
So basically, we're down to the two options again of the cul-de-sac and the through street, because from what we're hearing, the stub is just not an option for safety reasons. I mean, backing in and out, snowplow, garbage trucks. I wouldn't want to be on a street where there's a garbage truck backing down my street like that, or a snowplow.
So can I ask another question? Though this neighborhood's existed for what, 43 years, have there been incidents, safety incidents with fire and garbage and different things
Not
that we're worried about? So it hasn't happened in 45 years, but it may happen.
with the current staff, no.
Okay. I mean, there are neighbors here too. They would know. Many of they lived there forever.
So, Scott, we can't interact with the neighbors unless we invite them up to the podium.
Well, I just wondered, they know that information.
But my understanding is because now it's known that we have a safety concern of the garbage trucks backing up, snow plows backing up, recycle backing up, we have some responsibility as a city council, you know, and we can, you know, Scott, as you brought up, you can weigh in and say, hey, by putting that road through, you know, you could evaluate that being a greater safety than having it the other way. You know, I mean, and so I think, because, you know, Kim, you brought up a question about, can we keep it as is? If you would have asked me probably 2 months ago, and I remember looking at Scott saying, it's been that way for 43 to 45 years. Why can't we just leave it alone? And I think my question's been answered about, is that an option? And I think because of we're now known of a liability, and we have a solution to be able to take care of that liability by having, you know, cul-de-sac or a road go through, you know, I'm not sure as is an option.
I just wouldn't want to take that liability on. Todd, the utilities, how they're laid right now, are they laid for a cul-de-sac or a through street?
They all extend to the end of that.
Okay.
So the water is the only utility that I have found that was always intended to go north. And that is because we currently do not have fire flow. Back then, it probably met some, or maybe it was just the best that they could do back then. But right now, and our main connections are to the north that would provide better pressures to loop through that subdivision. So we will extend water through. Sewer is just going to continue to the east, down Snowflake.
Todd, do you need to go all the way up to 11.2 for that water, or would it come in through the?
No, we just need some connection to there. It doesn't need to go all the way up because we already have a connection to the north up 4,800. Okay. So the water is looped through that area. So,
Todd, just because you're in the engineering, as we go back 45 years ago, this road has been constructed without the cul-de-sac. Are you aware, was the county doing inspections, like signing off the building, and would that been part of, you know, did they approve it not to be a cul-de-sac, or was it just they approved and then show back up? Do you have any historical stuff that give input?
My understanding, the reason why it probably was not created is irrigation. This subdivision had irrigation ditches down the gutters, and I'm assuming to make it easier, they just built it that way. Whether they understood that it may connect to the north in the future or not, I think that is the reason why they built it the way they did. Now, I've heard I've seen emails, I've seen a lot of different things that suggest that they originally were going to anyway build the cul-de-sac. Yukis Inouye was a developer up here in Highland many, many years ago, was connected to the water system, and the irrigation, and that is the only thing that I can come up with.
I'm sorry, that he was going to build a cul-de-sac, or that they did not put the cul-de-sac in?
They were going to build the cul-de-sac, but because of irrigation, they ran it straight so water could come down the sides. Now, I could be misspeaking, but that is the only evidence that I have found. Because we have things around the city that I look up and say, why, and I scratch my head and I try to do the research, and that's the only thing that I could come up with. Because everything suggests that it was supposed to be a cul-de-sac. The plat shows that. I mean, they specifically got a variance for it. So it never, the road was never intended to go north. The water was. The evidence states that.
So if it was intended to be a cul-de-sac, how did the curb and gutter end up the way it was built?
The only thing I can think is because of the irrigation.
Okay, I may be misunderstanding, because when I visited, it looks like standard, curb and gutter. So when you're saying irrigation,
well, they replaced that, I don't know how many years ago. Well, it was prior to my time, so I can tell you it was like 2014-ish, so 6 years ago. They went in and replaced all of that curb and gutter. So
Todd?
It's a difficult situation.
So a lot of this is being driven by the development of Mr. Yu's property. Is that the right name?
Correct.
What input has the developer up there had? Because you threw up two different designs.
Well,
do they have any preferences, or are they saying anything?
They originally came in and their plan was, they didn't look at this cul-de-sac at all. I mean, they were looking at their property and thinking that was a cul-de-sac because that's what shows up on the county records.
Okay.
So their plan was always to connect a road to the north for water. And then when this came up, they just had basically said, whatever the city council decides, we will work with and try to come up with a reasonable way to develop. So they're waiting on us. That is...
Sorry, I did just want to clarify or add a little more detail. He did call me last week asking about this, just asking about updates, and I explained to him all of this, and he was very compliant with whatever the council decided, and he did state that they are new to developing out here and are just hoping to develop.
So the developer's from California, is this correct, if I remember?
He's living in Australia.
Oh, Australia, okay.
So, I mean, I think for me, it seems like if there is no creative option C, and I feel like, I know that you've looked at it, I know that Nathan and Kelly have looked at it. I mean, if there was a viable option C, I would really like to know what it is. But then I think that it's really pointless to try to figure out what it was supposed to be 4 years ago or whatever. I think what we have to figure out is what is the best thing for the city of Highland going forward. And in 20 years, in 30 years, what is the best situation? So I would love if there was a plan C that we could postpone and say, let's think about plan C, but I don't see what that is at this point.
Anything else from me?
Just so, if you had to say a preference.
I have said from day one that as the city engineer, I prefer that we have utilities in roadways. That is my preference. We have many, many utilities in easements, behind homes, different things. Now, obviously, we would try to make this as good as possible with a trail, with easy access to our water system. But my preference is always to keep utilities in roadways. So
if we made this a cul-de-sac, how far from the Fisher's front door will that?
And see, we would look at options to actually narrow that up, make sure that Chief Thompson has his available hard surface to turn around, and we could possibly even eliminate sidewalk altogether. We obviously would get rid of the planter strip, just to make it easier on the two properties. But we could even just say, hey, we are taking sidewalk right to those, to the end of the cul-de-sac and just do curb and gutter. So if we were to do that, it would be much better, but basically, as it sits, our property line sits about 7 feet from their front.
But you could mitigate, that's what you're saying.
The point is that that's where the back of the walk would be. If we build a cul-de-sac per our standard, we would have back of walk 7 feet from their front door.
But you were just saying you wouldn't have to do that necessarily.
If the city council decided that they didn't want sidewalk, then you could push that another 9 feet to the back of curb. So that's 16 feet from the back of curb to a front door. And our standard is 30 feet from the back of the sidewalk, so that would be 39 feet to the back of curb. So you can see that it's still, even trying to mitigate it as best you can, it's still very invasive.
Can you show us what this through street option would look like and what kind of traffic calming things you could do there? I mean, I have teenagers and I have little kids, so I get both sides of that. Maybe my daughter with the horse is the easier one.
Brittany, you take this road with your teenagers.
I do take this road, so I drive my kids to Timberline and back almost every day. So I don't anticipate as much. I can't see why high school kids would cut through there. To me, the way that you would have to turn wouldn't save a lot of time.
You would think, but...
They would?
Well, here's the problem, is I've been here for 4 years, and the things that I would say there's not a chance that these kids would do, they do it.
They do it?
Yes, and so I am not discounting the arguments that all of you are making about the kids going to, you will have some kids that do it. You will have some kids that do it that think they're going to save time. The problem is by the time they make it to Snowflake, they have already waited in line for quite a ways, and me being the logical person that I am, by the time you hit this, you maybe only have one more light. And so why jump out and do that? I would think if there was a straight through all the way to the north to maybe a few other subdivisions, you would see a lot of it. So you still will get kids that do it.
Because I know one thing because you and I talked about this, so even if I don't see the huge traffic problem coming to and from the junior high or people trying to bypass that light that way, one of the residents brought up traffic coming west from the canyon and them trying to snake around. And that to me seems like almost a bigger problem, because that 92 in the summer, fall, spring.
It backs up.
It backs up, and everybody wants to get around that. So I could see, people using that to get to Alpine or whatever. So that I had not thought about.
At that point, you're very, very impatient, because the backup on 48 is a legitimate problem, and we're trying to address that. The backup on 92, I haven't been out there on a Saturday night, to specifically look at that, so I don't know what that is. But we can sit and speculate on what these are. I will say that there are going to be students that try it. There are. And we know it's going to happen. The extent of the problem, I don't know. I do know that we currently have a problem with a substandard cul-de-sac that, in my opinion, as staff, we need to fix now if that development is happening, one way or the other. So
right now we have your opinion as staff that it should be a through street, and we have the opinion of Chief Thompson that it should be a through street also.
Any discussion, further discussion? I did send some traffic data to council, I believe. I looked at traffic counts we had from last year on 5500 North, which is by Elevated Dentist and Quick Quack. That goes north on Timpanogos Highway over to 11200. Their traffic counts were 378, which is low for a residential. It's on the lower end of residential. It would be more than than Manor is experiencing today. The other comparator was 2016 data that we had for 5,600, which is a little bit further west, not as many homes to the north of it, and it really wouldn't serve as a shortcut for anything, and that was 235 a day, which is really low for a residential. The 5,500 could be used as a shortcut for people coming down from Alpine if they wanted to avoid the light, and they were headed west, so they would go west on 11-2 and then down and then over. So there was some potential for that being used as a shortcut, and that was just to give me a feel of what the potential traffic counts could be. They could be more, they could be less. I do think, like you said, that when the canyon traffic gets real busy and it backs up heading west, I think most especially for people that live in Alpine, which is a pretty small fraction of the canyon traffic overall, but a percentage of those, that would be a reasonable shortcut for them to take.
Is there not a right turn where they can get into the right turn lane there to go? I mean, don't they have two lanes?
It seems like one that I would do. Now, if I was going to any other part of Utah County or the state, I would do it once, I think, and then I wouldn't do it again because it'd be too hard to get back onto Temp. But for people living in Alpine, that would be a logical shortcut. I don't know what the impact of that will be. Like Todd said, if we put in a through street, traffic will go up. We just don't know how much. But me looking at 56 and 5,500 gave me some comfort that it's not going to be crazy. It would be reasonable and it would be within the norms of residential traffic. That's my opinion. It's based on data, but it's just an opinion. So I wanted to make sure that you were reminded of that.
I'd like to make some comments if I could, Mayor. Are you finished? So, I've thought a lot about this, and it's kind of a really hard decision, I think. In medicine, I have to kind of balance risks versus benefits a lot. And sometimes, especially when we get to end-of-life issues, we have to ask people, well, do you want to live a long time and be miserable during that time, or would you rather live shorter and feel better? And so that's kind of a discussion we get about hormones and cancer treatment and all those things. So you may be asking, why am I bringing that up? The issue I have here is it's good to look at the big picture and say, and declare this is the common good for the city, and that's one reason we have a professional staff, because they look at the big picture. But as elected representative of the citizens of Highland, I always try to balance that the best I can. And to me, I think the risks of putting a lot more traffic through this neighborhood outweigh the benefits of having that through road, and that's the way I look at it. I would love to see if we could do option 3. It sounds like our attorney and saying we probably can't do that. It'd still be interesting to investigate it, because this developer in Australia seems to be rather passive about what they're wanting. So I don't know. To me, it still seems like an option. Preferably, I would just leave it the way it is. It's been that way for 43 years, because regardless of how we decide tonight, we're causing some friction amongst neighbors, and I hate to see that. And I think it's hard not to do that, though, when you make decisions, and I've made decisions in the past that have caused that, and I feel bad about it. But my feeling is the best way to get the common good as a whole in the city is to take care of individual neighborhoods and do the best thing for that neighborhood. And so, I think the majority of the neighborhoods said, we don't want that through road. We've had a petition, we've had the open house and different things. I really feel bad for the Reeds and the Fisher family because it would take a big part of their yards, but at the same time, that's, I guess, always been city property. And if there's ways that we can work with the fire chief and to mitigate taking that property, I'm leaning towards having the cul-de-sac, because I promise you, we have high school students that drive on the access to the Murdoch Canal Trail right by my neighborhood. And it's not a road, it's a trail, but they come down in vehicles and drive on it. And it's causing a lot of stress in my neighborhood. So, you know, teenagers do things. I live close to Lone Peak High School, and on Saturday nights, there's people up there doing wheelies and honking and just making all kinds of noise and stuff. So kids are kids. So they will use this as a shortcut. We don't know how many will. So I'm leaning towards doing the cul-de-sac and trying to mitigate as much as we can to help the Reeds and the Fishers accommodate to it. I think putting the through road is nothing but asking for more trouble.
Other comments from council members?
You know, I look at, if we put the cul-de-sac in, there's a couple of items I'm looking at. We're not sure why it appears that the road did not have the cul-de-sac put in. I mean, we're hearing a lot of speculation. We've talked to a lot of residents. At least I have. I mean, I think I've talked to 4 or 5 that have given different opinions about why that cul-de-sac was not put in. I know that I can see how it looks now, and it appears, and I'd have to just assume that the city or the county at the time, when they inspected, that they noticed there was not a cul-de-sac and they were okay. To me, the intent was it was supposed to go through because their cul-de-sac was never built. Now, Scott, you bring up a good point that the property was already deeded to the city, but for some reason that cul-de-sac was never put in. And to me, I think the decision was probably made 43 or 45 years ago that this would be a through street because they didn't put the cul-de-sac in. I really was intrigued with the option C until we started hearing from the attorney that, listen, we can't grant ourselves a variance by extending. This is 750 feet. I've already mentioned I wish we could do it as is, just keep it. I don't see that kind of being an option because of the backing up of the garbage trucks, of our some other. I know that we're trying to get some connectivity through it. It's hard because I'm going, okay, I keep looking up here and I go, okay, how far would 15 or 16 feet be for the Fishers? And I keep going, okay, it's probably 2 of these sections here. That's probably 8 feet, and that's probably 8 feet. And so I'm going, that's how close that road's going to be to their home. There's a burden that, I recognize the other residents. I understand the emotions there that this through road. I actually called and talked to the Davenport family that lives in 4800 West, that's right across from Snowflake. And I says, when you come out in the morning, how many light turns and how bad is that road backed up? And they says, once between 7:30 and 8 in the morning, it takes 2 light turns from their house to get through. But when I drove it, I noticed there was a center median, and that was kind of the question when I talked to Council Member Bills. I said, you've taken that center median, what do you notice? I assume the kids right now that are anxious are going to jump down that center median to get in the left-hand turn lane because it would get them on the same road this street would. And I'm not going to speak for Commissioner Bills or to Councilmember Bills, but it does not appear that there are a lot of kids that are taking that as an option. I'm not saying, like we said, we can't say there's not going to be a lot of safety issues, where I would assume there will be some cars go down there. I would assume there will be some traffic there. We can't, we could, that's why I think where you asked, Brittany, is there any traffic mitigation that we might be able to do if there starts to be issues? And I'd kind of be interested to see if there are other traffic mitigation, if it's certain things as they come through, if you can choke it down a little bit as we've done and talked about. But I guess I'm leaning for, we have a fire issue right now with I'm nervous about the cul-de-sac. We do need to address that if we decide to do a cul-de-sac, we'll also need to find funding for that cul-de-sac, which it's not that the city we couldn't find it in some way, but there is also a financial component to that.
Todd, are there any traffic mitigations that you would suggest if that did become an issue with the through road?
So the current road on Manor Drive is 56 feet wide. It's a local road. Everyone parks on it. That is the intent of our local road. It's just wide enough that it feels uncomfortable to drive down. So, you know, we don't do speed bumps in the city because of snow plows, and it's just not a good situation. We find that speed bumps actually cause more problems than they're worth. So I don't know what else we would do in this situation if the road were to go through as far as mitigation. All of our local roads, I mean, we have connecting roads all over the city, and the local roads aren't intended to go fast. That's why we allow parking.
Well, Todd, let's assume we start to see a little bit of a concern. Is there any way that you can, put like a little bulb in to kind of, if we start to notice there's a lot of kids, I mean, because we're making assumptions. We're making the assumptions that kids are all going to just barrel down, but we're making assumptions they're not. If they did, is there an area that if we said, hey, we could, put a little bulb to make sure they do slow down if they happen to come down into this subdivision?
Yeah, I mean, we have some other places in the city where we have narrowed the asphalt with concrete barriers. Those places are where we have trail crossings or something like that, like the 11800 intersection with Highland Boulevard. We did that to mitigate some of the traffic problems we had there. It's an option. If we were to continue, if we see a big increase in traffic going down there that's unsafe, we could do something. So.
And I did say to Councilman Osler that when I drop my kids off at Timberline and then turn to go east on 92 in the morning, I don't see a huge backup in that middle turn lane. That was the conversation we had. Do people cut through that neighborhood? Do kids cut through that neighborhood on the west side of 92? I mean, on the south side? Do you know what I mean?
Drive.
Yeah.
Past the stake center, I used to get, that's my stake that I live in. So people are comfortable calling me. And I used to get calls, but since that dedicated right turn has come in, I haven't heard nearly as much. I can't remember. I may have had one, but I used to get them frequently from a couple of people who knew me really well. I don't hear it that much anymore.
Yeah, you've got to be pretty desperate to do that. So, and that's why I say, I think, that, it is a problem. 4800 West traffic is a problem, and we're looking at ways to mitigate it. It's going to take some time to do that, because once this study comes back, we're going to then turn around and apply for funding through MAG to get some project done. So it'll take some time, but by the time you make it down here, I think the frustration is very high, and at that point, you're almost the same amount of time to try to cut through as wait for the next light. So, but I am positive that will happen a few times before they learn that it's not going to help.
If there's no other discussion, I would be ready for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion, Mayor.
Okay.
I move that the City Council complete Manor Drive as a cul-de-sac, as discussed.
Is there a second? Seeing no second, how about another motion?
Mayor, I move that the City Council recommends that the road from Manor Drive continues through up to Snowflake.
Is there a second for that? Second by Tim. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, we're ready for a vote. And while we're waiting for a vote, thank you all for coming. It's not going to go somebody's way. That always happens, but I appreciate your willingness to engage and appreciate council's willingness to discuss with you the issue.
Aaron?
Sorry, something. Our voting software does not allow me to exit out of the PowerPoint and jump back into another place. Oh, I did that because we reordered the agenda, and so now you cannot vote electronically without sitting here waiting for like 5 minutes for me to go through other slides.
Okay, so let's just do a roll call vote. Start with Tim. Brittany?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Scott?
No.
Kurt?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 4-1. Next item. Final plat, Beacon Hills, the Highlands, Plat E, phases 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Sorry. All is well. This is the...
Is this the right agenda item, Kelly?
Yes, it is.
Okay, give me just a
Yeah,
second
you're
to
good
get
there.
to your, okay, good.
There. Okay. This is for a request by Dan Reeves. And he is requesting for the final plat approval for Beacon Hill, the Highlands Plat E phases 1 and 2. Just to reiterate the fact that a final plat review is not discretionary. The approval will be based on if it complies with the development code as well as how it complies with the preliminary plat that was approved on January 5th. Oops, went backwards. Oh my goodness. Okay, with the preliminary approval, there were 8 stipulations. These are just 4 of them that I thought were notable. It's just that the open space parcels in both phases 1 and 2 will be dedicated to Highland City. There's also the 10-foot wide asphalt trail that will be constructed as part of the improvements by the developer. And one of the stipulations was that the developer needed approval from the Metropolitan Water District, which he did receive, and that was an attachment that was included in the staff report. And the last stipulation that was added at the end of the meeting was that phase 2 and access entries have to be approved before final plat approval for Beacon Hills Plat E. And we as staff went into that, and I'll discuss that in a moment. This is the final plat for phase 1. As you see, I have circled, it's a little hard to tell, but you can see in the attachment in your staff reports, there is an access easement, a drive access easement that is included where phase 2 is, but that will be recorded with phase 1. And we as staff discussed this when the developer presented it and concluded that this would suffice for fulfilling that stipulation. The purpose of it is, as discussed in that previous council meeting, that the property to the north is not yet annexed. As Dan specified in the meeting, he does own it. It's not recorded with the county yet as him being the owner, but he has stated that he owns it. But it's just to ensure if he didn't end up being the developer, that any developer that wanted to develop north would have that access easement, and it being recorded with phase 1 would ensure that access. And then the other accesses in the plat, you see there are the 2 that run north. It's 60-70, and then I honestly can't see that street, and because I'm blind. But those 2 would be future accesses to the north, and then you have the 2 accesses on the east to Beacon Hill Boulevard, and then the one on the west side of the plat that goes down to Cypress. This is phase 2. This is the plat for that drive access that would go north, and it also connects west to Sutherland Drive. And all of that plat would be dedicated to Highland City as well. And just to reiterate, the property to the north is in our oh my goodness, annexation policy plan, and it currently states that it is proposed to be R140 open space. Obviously, that will be determined when it's annexed.
Now, I just want to make sure, the property to the north, included in the annexation plan, is R140. I don't think it's R140 open
So
space.
in the policy plan, it's also included in the staff report. It just has portions just saying general areas. And this was approved a long time ago. And it does state that that area would be R140 open space. I won't assume the intent. This is just a policy plan. When it is annexed, that's something that would be established, or when it's developed, it would be established. That's just something that was approved a long time ago. It's not a final approval.
So it would still be legislative when it came?
Yes, that's correct. And then this is what I stated previously, just that the easement on phase 2 would be recorded with phase 1. And we did send out the noticing just for the city council meeting as a public meeting, because this is not a public hearing. And we as staff recommend that the council consider the request, accept the findings, and approve the proposed final plat based on these stipulations. Sorry, no, you're okay. These are all standard, just specified again that the asphalt trail will be completed as part of the infrastructure, and we also have our 30-foot wide trail corridor easement that goes along that whole potential trail. And then number 6 is just reworded to ensure that there's that access easement on 6180 West to be recorded concurrently with phase 1. And Dan Reeve is also present if you have any questions for the developer specifically.
Has anything changed from the preliminary plat till now, and what were those changes?
The only real change was the addition of that access easement per that stipulation that was added during that meeting.
Okay, so
to my understanding.
Okay, but I mean, there's been no other changes from what we approved as a preliminary plat.
That is correct.
So this is an open space subdivision that would pay the $20 open space fee?
Yes.
And I think it'd be appropriate for another stipulation to make sure that because this is an open space subdivision, that the property owner of each of the lots, when they're sold, that they need to, as the builder sells the lots, that he needs to disclose that this is in the Highland Open Space Special Service District, and that there is a $20 fee. So it's not a surprise to them that they're in a special service district, and that there's a fee attached to that of $20 at this time.
Totally agree.
So I have a question for the developer, if that's okay.
Sure.
Can you just clarify, I mean, these parcels that you're dedicating to the city, I mean, some of them are for trail and utilities and different things, but, there's a big section on the west there, phase 2. Are we just getting a patch of weeds? I mean, I'll be real honest, is that what we're getting, just some open space, native vegetation, as we like to call it? Because that's been nothing but problem in the city, and I'm just wondering why we'd want to do that again, but.
Yes, this is Dan Reeve with Perry Homes. Yes, it will be native open space. That was per the original MDA. So yes, it will not be improved open
So there'll be
space.
no grading. It is what it is. It's not going to be graded.
Correct.
Okay. So whatever it is today, if you go out and look, that's what it'll be tomorrow.
Correct.
On the detention basin, would there be some improvements?
Yes, that will be weed fabric with cobble per city standards, from my understanding.
Yes, Todd agrees. So that will we'll have lined with stone. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. It'll be stone on the bottom and on the sides.
Okay.
And then I believe you have some trails in here, correct? Is that correct? You have a trail access there?
Yes, there are 2 trail systems. On the east side, along the city water line easement, there will be the 10-foot asphalt trail with zero-scape gravel, cobble on both sides.
Sides of that, okay.
Right.
And the Kelly, will those, what's the anticipation? Will those be finished? Is this going to be a phased subdivision, or are you doing it all one time?
All of the lots are in phase one, so that will all be done at once.
Okay.
So that those trail improvements will be done at the same time. The other trail system, as I'm sure you're aware, is along the Metro Waterline easement, the diagonal easement. That's a soft trail, recycled recycled asphalt trail,
Yeah.
and the rest is left native.
Is that already a dedicated trail in that power corridor? Is that already a dedicated trail?
No, it's an easement for the.
Just an easement.
Right, right.
And so for your current project, you would just take that up to the corner of that corner there?
Correct. Let's see, I believe it's parcel, I need new glasses.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Where it says parcel D,
yeah, that northeast corner, correct.
And then should that other property develop, it would then continue?
Correct.
And the intent there would have it be soft, well, that's a long ways away, but there is an advantage to the soft trails in that horses can use it a lot more easily than they can asphalt.
Now with this, are we granting any access, Kelly, then maybe this be, are we granting some access easement to the property to the north, so this road that we see kind of that curves, will they be able to access down to there, so they're not needing to go through all the Sky Estates roads? And is that dedicated, so it makes sure that happens that way?
The access easement, I don't think you can see, but it just follows this. It does connect to Sutherland, which does connect to Sky Estates.
Yeah.
And then it would connect north, and then it, with the easement, would allow it to connect to that curved street going down to Cypress.
That phase two, when does this go in on phase two, and who improves that road?
If I could speak to that. So the reason this was separated out as phase two is it would only go in when it's needed for development to the north. Assuming that property gets annexed into Highland City and thus that connection needs to be made, that's when that road would be going in.
So who puts the road in? Is that at the developer's, at your expense?
It will be a developer. It'll either be ourselves or the other property owners to the north. Whoever goes first would put it in, but we will have a cost sharing agreement with the other landowners to share those costs. So if we need it first, we would put it in first, and then they would reimburse us for their portion when they develop their portion of ground, and vice versa.
Now, you mentioned if it comes into Highland, this is in our annexation plan. You're one of the property owners. Is there an anticipation that you're not bringing that property into Highland?
No.
That's not your intent at all?
There'd be no reason for us not to come into Highland, right?
So this phase two just avoids building a road to nowhere that is just going to get worn by the sun without providing any value. So I personally think that's a good plan.
Until it's needed. Right.
So, Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Train.
Sure. Todd, do you want to come up?
So this phase two property on the west, and let's say before the road's built and different things, we're going to leave it native vegetation. So we're going to have a lot more homes built in this area. With more homes, it seems to me there's an increased fire risk. How are we as a city going to maintain that property to prevent fires?
So
it's like we do in other places, but I'm just wondering, because you're going to have a lot more population in here. I just kind of want to get an idea.
So right now, this is actually going to be very helpful for us because we already have stub roads into this property. I have had them there for years. This is going to give us more access. We currently have water lines up that road. So we already have existing easements through the property with our pressurized irrigation and culinary. So we already have the water lines in the roads themselves. It's just a matter of not building that one section until we're for sure on board of what's happening to the north. And so we as staff have gone back and forth with Perry Homes and feel like this is a good compromise to...
Well, I agree with that, but you really haven't answered my question. How are you going to maintain that open property? Are you going to mow it twice a year? What do you do to prevent fires?
We are going to keep it natural, very similar to all of the other properties in this area. So if you go up
all
there...
the properties on the north and other areas?
Well,
because a lot of Chambray Fields and Highland Hills is landscape.
Correct.
But this is kind of up above that.
Yeah, in fact, the piece on the east, or, well, it would be the east side, but looking at the screen, the right side, that is a channel. So there will be actually a culvert going underneath that road. So we don't want to touch any of the drainage channels. And that's, if you go up in the northwest area, all of the drainage channels are left as natural. So
What you're saying, this looks like a flat piece of ground,
it
but
is
it's
not.
curvature.
It is
Okay.
not.
Flat. I just
Yes.
wondered what sort of maintenance you would do.
Councilman Smith, do I like the fact that the city is going to own this? No, but there's no other option. It's a drainage channel. We need to own it. I mean, very similar to the Highland Hollow subdivision that we've been talking about in the wetland. We need to own it. So do I want to own it and maintain it? No, but it's what we should be doing as a city. We just need to now find funds to do it.
And I don't dispute that, but I'm still not sure, is there a plan in place to maintain it, or you're not going to do any maintenance?
No,
It's just going to be the way it is.
We are going to leave it as natural as possible, because the minute we go in and grade it or something, we are changing the natural feel of it, we want it to meander through there. We want it to be left alone. We fight residents going down in there and doing improvements and things, and so we want to leave this as natural as possible.
So what can we do to prevent neighbors from doing that?
All of this will be a little bit different, because that property line is much further up on the hill. But in other situations, you've noticed up there, we've started putting up 3-rail fence and things. This, we assume, will actually have a delineated backyard fence. That's kind of the assumption that I would have.
Okay, so that's helpful. That's kind of what I've been asking.
Yes.
What are you going to do to,
Well, as far as fire suppression in this area, this actually is going to help us because we have more access into there, so. Any other questions for me?
Thank you, Todd. Any other discussion or questions for Mr. Reeves? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion. I move that the City Council accept the findings and approve the final plat for Beacon Hill, the Highlands Plat E, Phases 1 and 2, subject to the 6 stipulations recommended by staff.
I'll second it.
Were we going to add the stipulation from Kurt?
Do amendment on that where we add also as a 7th stipulation that they need to notify upon a lot sale that these lots are in the Highland Open Space Special Service District, and at the current time, there's a $20 monthly fee.
Oh, love that. Add that one.
I'll second that.
So that was a friendly amendment with a friendly second. Are we going to be able to vote online on this one, since we're kind of back in order, or are we back?
It looks like it. How's it
Okay.
working for you guys? Oh, good.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're back in order, right? It's when you go out of order that can be a problem. Okay. That passes unanimously. Thank you for coming. Thank you, council. Okay, next item is, and we're sorry that it's so late. Thank you for staying. I'm sure it was worth it, right? The resolution Country French subdivision no-build policy amendment. Is that you, Kelly?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, and thank you, the masters, for staying so long.
And
Okay.
company. Don't forget
And
the company.
That's correct. And staff, and council, I'm just kidding. I know. Okay, this is the general vicinity map of the original 80-foot no-build easement. I know we went through all this background 2 weeks ago, but just bear with me, I'm gonna try to breeze through it real quick. The Country French final plat was approved in 2005 with this 80-foot no-build easement. The intent was for it to act as a buffer between the Bull River density and Country French being a little bit of a higher density. In 2017, A Highland resident, the Bowmans, requested to remove the easement, and the council denied it. And they, in a council meeting, also defined what could be allowed within that 80-foot no-build easement, and that allowed for ground level structures such as pools and sport courts to be allowed up to 50 feet from the rear property line, and no vertical structures up to the 80-foot setback. A development agreement was entered into by the Bowmans and the city, and this allowed the Bowmans to build a pool up to 30 feet. So this was separate from the resolution that was passed defining the easement, and this development agreement allowed them to do something different, and also allowed them to receive a building permit for the building of a 14-foot retaining wall. And they, as part of this agreement, were required to add some specific landscaping that's specified in the development agreement, which is also attached in the staff report, to mitigate the impact on the Bull River residents. And the Masters, who live just to the east of the Bowmans, also required something similar to a development agreement, but staff concluded that that was not a viable option. And instead to just modify the existing resolution defining the no-build easement. So that would be, this is the Masters pool, and that would be bringing it from a 50-foot no-build for ground level structures to 42 feet from the property line. We did, per council's request 2 weeks ago, we sent a letter out to the Bull River HOA president, and he sent a response on March 10th from the Bull River HOA, and a quote from it was that the majority of responses from Bull River residents was to allow this change in setback from 50 feet to 42 feet. We did send out radius notices within 500 feet of the property. This was back with our first meeting. And we sent out our typical city council notice that included this item on the agenda. And we also sent that letter out to the Bull River HOA, and the letter we sent and received are both in the staff report as attachments. And we as staff just recommend that the council hold a public meeting, not a hearing, take public input, discuss the issues, and either approve or deny the request to amend the resolution. Just to reiterate, to amend this policy, a new resolution will need to be adopted, which is also, you can see that in the staff report with the amendment. And the Masters are here if you have any questions for them.
Do the Masters want to speak, or does council want to have them come up? All right.
Good, we heard him.
So
we heard them last time.
Yeah.
But
I'd just like to make a comment. I appreciate the staff reaching out to the Bull River HOA, because back in 2017, this was a very contentious issue, and I just think having good communication and making sure the neighbors are on board so we don't have a lot of divisiveness amongst neighbors. I appreciate your effort in that case. So I'd like to make a motion if I could.
yes, let me just tack on to your gratitude.
Yeah.
I will thank the Bull River HOA for being responsive and getting back. And it's a much different experience this time than last time. So go ahead, Scott.
Okay. I move that the City Council approve the proposed amendment to Resolution Number R-2017-26 to allow building permits to be issued for below-grade and ground-level structures up to 42 feet from the rear property line based on the following findings, which have all been discussed. So,
I'll second.
Motion by Scott, second by Brittany. We are ready to vote. Okay. Unanimously approved. Thank you for coming. We should charge you for the entertainment value of the previous part of the meeting, but know that that decision that was made before yours was one of the tougher ones that come by. And the council agonized over that individually. And so not everything's black and white, as you can guess. Some things are just tough. So you got to see the toughest one for this council so far.
Yes. So enjoy your pool.
And the council would like to be invited to a pool party.
You know our names.
You're welcome. Notwithstanding Utah's Highlanders video from last week, if you haven't seen that, Masters, you should watch it. There's a YouTube channel called Utah's Highlander. Go look at it and look at the last one, and you'll see how he put pool parties in that video. All right, we are done with the, huh?
I just barely got the pun.
Oh, the poop?
Yeah, I just got it.
I thought it was most clever. So we're done with action items, staff and communication items. Stephanie, is that you, elections?
I was right. There's more.
So if we haven't had enough talk about elections tonight, we're going to talk more about it.
Is your mic on?
It is. Can you not hear me?
I'm just teasing.
Do you know what I'm going to do this?
Take your mask
Is
off.
that
Yeah.
okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So just so that you do know, House Bill 36 passed in May of 2020, which does require municipalities to run their elections by vote by mail. So tonight we're going to just present a couple of different options on the versus county run or city run elections. Just so that you are aware, Highland City registers voters as of right now are 12,291. That will play into the numbers when we're talking about costs of elections.
And that was factored into the cost they gave us, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's the number that I got from them. Just for your information, you can kind of see kind of a voter history. You can see that our numbers have jumped from back in 2013, we had 9,139 registered voters. 2019, we were up to 10,620, and then a whopping 12,291 2 years later, largely due to the presidential election. Okay. You can also see that our turnout jumped significantly, actually, when our first year vote by mail went back to 35% in the 2019 election. It'll be interesting to see what happens this year. So first of all, if we do a county-run election, I just kind of wanted to go over the responsibilities of what the county would be doing. They would basically be in charge of all of our ballots. They would contract, or they have people they've contracted with to do the layout and the design, the printing, the processing. They actually do an optical scan ballot, which makes it easy for them to run through their machines, makes it easier for them to tabulate results and do the signature verification. They also include the postage, obviously, to mail out, but they also include the return postage, which is important as well. And then, of course, they handle all the mailing, getting it to the correct voters. The county is also in charge of testing all the voting equipment to make sure that that's correct. They're also in charge of doing all the poll worker recruitment, training, and compensation, which is very important. They will operate county-wide voting centers, and then they will also be collecting, when they spoke earlier about the drop boxes, that's very important as well. They do a great job with their drop boxes collecting those ballots. And then another really important thing is that they handle all the signature verification, the tabulation, and the reporting, and they kind of walk you through that process. It's a pretty important process. And gratefully, they have some machinery that helps them do that. And then finally, they would provide the final canvas reports to us, which in turn I would turn around and bring back to you as the Board of Canvassers to approve those. Now, even though it's a county-run election, there are still some responsibilities that, as cities that we have. I like to call these the human impact or the human portion of the election. This is the candidate filing, where we're actually visiting with either the candidates or we're outreaching to our citizens to let them know about the election. Of course, we have still have financial disclosures, which is very important. Public notices, the ballot language, that's also important, especially with our referendum this year. We already have that language prepared. And then finally, any election and candidate education, once again, kind of that human factor that we like to have with our residents and with our candidates. So the county, yes.
Let me just say, I thought last local election, the staff did a remarkably good job on all facets of involvement. I love the brochure you put together, the candidate events that you held. I thought those were awesome. So, well done.
I'm planning on doing the same thing that was done before, so I'm going to be looking exactly what was done before. When the county runs the election, they told you the cost, the estimated cost is $27,654.75. That's per election. So if you have a primary election, that's what it will cost you. And then once again, if you have your general election, that's what it will cost you. Once again, that includes all of your ballot costs, all of your administration of voting centers, your signature verification, all of those things, and your canvass reports, your poll workers, you don't have to pay those. Those are all included in that cost. Once again, this is a not exceed bid, so it will not exceed that amount. In fact, as they said, it may become lower. So there's always some soft costs associated with running an election. With this being my first election, I just said this will be determined. And I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you on that, but there's always some soft costs involved in that.
So I assume in addition to their costs, if we want to mail out a voter information pamphlet for our voters, that would be a cost. That's a hard cost, so and that would be per household.
Yes,
right?
any additional mailings that we have that we would like to send out just as the city, that is definitely going to be an additional cost on top of what the county would provide. With that being said, we do have the referendum, and we do need to provide a voter information pamphlet. So there will be a cost for that we do need to mail out as well. So,
can I ask a couple questions? Because we're back to elections.
At least we end on a happy note.
Yes. Is this all we've got? This is going to be the happy note?
Yep.
No.
This is the happy note.
No, I think Kurt's going to do a song and dance later. So you said the county pays for poll watchers then?
Yes.
And for poll workers?
I don't know about poll watchers, but all the poll workers, yes.
So does that mean they get to decide how many polling stations we have and how many workers we want there, or do we have some say in that?
At this point, I don't know the answer to that. I know that they have said that there's not going to be a polling place in every single city, because they have found that a lot of people are simply dropping off their ballots in a drop box or in a mailing, for the post office to take care of them. So they've said they're not going to have a polling place in every city, so I don't know which cities will have their designated county-wide.
Can we ask for a polling location to be in Highland? It seems like if we're going to have city council elections and a referendum, it would be fair to ask them to allow us to have a polling location here.
I can certainly ask, yes.
And then, so they count the vote and then we certify it, right?
So they will give me all of the election results. They'll give me all the numbers and the reports from that, and then you will meet, council, you will meet as the Board of Canvassers, and that's when I will present that report to you.
So is there a process for having somebody from the city involved in any way in that counting process, so that when we certify the results, we can confidently say that we agree with the results?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I'll have to find out for you.
I would guess not, because some of that counting happens automatically as those ballots
Yeah.
I've gone and watched it. They just have a stack,
But you could have a poll, not a poll watcher, but a count watcher. You can have someone there present watching
somebody,
the count.
yeah, you can have a poll watcher.
You could, but they actually start counting before end of poll closing.
Right, they start during the day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they start as they get them, if I remember.
They can count, they just can't release numbers until polls
Right.
close, but they start counting that day.
So
So it would mean sending one of our staff there all day or something as a poll watcher, right, essentially.
Or a council member could volunteer.
That's true.
I'll volunteer. Rob, did you agree with their definition of primarily? What that means to have a primarily vote by mail election? I just like people to have the option. I want to come.
I
vote in
certainly
person.
didn't agree with it, and he said primarily was not a statutory requirement. But more or less, yes. What it means now is that counties that run an election can restrict their polling places now. There's new provisions that say they can combine precincts and have one, and they have to like locate it in kind of the center of it. So that's, to your question about whether we could have one in Highland, would be a question of how they're consolidating their polling places. If we run one, we can choose to have a polling place, and we just, what it means is we have to send out a ballot, but we can still do whatever else we want in terms of normal polling. It's just, we have to send out that ballot within a certain time frame that they can mail back or drop off in a box.
But then we have to use the county to help with signature verification, and they would probably charge us for that.
They kind of hold us hostage there because we
Right,
don't
so-
have the voter registration records.
It is a monopoly situation. The state created it, the county didn't. So we can't yip at them for something they didn't do. Did that answer your question, Brittany?
Yeah, thank you. All right, so cost of the county run election. Let's move on to any other questions on the county run portion of this?
If the county runs it, doesn't it make your job easier?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
She tried to say that with a straight face, but
And I couldn't keep my face straight on that one, but yes, absolutely, absolutely. But I'm trying to be factual.
When the city runs
I'm
it,
just
there's
trying to
some
be factual.
definite costs because of staffing and your issues and your time and everything. So there's costs on the other side as well.
And that's some of those soft costs that we're talking about, and where I'm really not sure how much time or, you know, how many mailings we're going to be sending out, or, you know, these kinds of things. So there are some costs that are unknown at this point.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
I just think that whatever we decide to do with the county, we make sure that we are comfortable with the way our votes are counted in Highland, and that we have polling places if we want to, or just make sure that it's run according to what we feel comfortable with here.
so my understanding is there's a new drop dead date that we have to decide on whether to use the county or not. April 15th.
Ooh, that's a bad day.
Mayor? Not just a bad, it's a terrible day.
That day.
But our last meeting before that is the one at the end of this month. So we would need to approve the contract. So if you have questions between now and our next meeting, that's when you need to get.
So do we don't have any estimates what it would cost from the city standpoint to run the election?
Well, wait a second, I'm going to flip the slide
okay,
here.
here we go.
All right, so city run, first of all, let me tell you a little bit, some challenges for running the county. One of them you brought up, Brittany, was that we don't have any choice in the placement of the voting centers. I can ask to see if we can have one here, but I don't know if they would select our municipality for a voting center. The other challenge that you've discussed tonight when the Utah County Elections Office was here was that their costs have increased. And so I know that's a concern. I know they did mention that some cities are breaking that out over 2 years so that that's not such a heavy burden to bear in 1 year. That was an interesting idea. Okay, our city-run election. Basically, we would do everything. We would be in charge of contracting with a printer who could do our ballots for us, the design, the printing, mailing, postage, return postage, everything that would have to happen to get those ballots out of his hands into our voters, and then give the voters the ability to mail them back in. The voting centers on election day, we would be in charge of handling those. We are not required by law to have early voting. But however, the county, when they do offer 4 days of early voting at their offices. We would be in charge of recruiting poll workers and training them. We would have to pay them. I figured their cost of the poll workers' compensation is about $2,500. Once again, we'd have to do our own signature verification, which would mean we would have to go down to the county and be trained on their system. And I believe there's 2 people that need to go down, be trained on their system, and do our own signature verification, our own tabulation and reporting once again down the county. Once again, the human part of the election stays would be something we would always do. The candidate filing, the financial disclosures, public notices, all of those things would be handled by the city, as well as we'd be creating our own Canvas reports. Okay, I did reach out to a printer who we have used in the past to run our city elections. This was the estimated cost, $31,572.05 per election. Now you have to note that that does not reflect any of those estimated soft costs that I could provide for you. That amount is only the cost of printing the ballot, getting it out to the voters, and then providing the return postage back to them. So that's actually a higher amount than the county can provide for us. The estimated soft costs that I have provided here represent some overtime for staff that's going to happen, poll workers' compensation, like I told you, their training and food, travel to the county to handle the signature verification. We will have to purchase additional provisional ballots, and then there's a host of other additional election supplies that are to be determined still. So it's about $6,500 extra per election in those soft costs. Any questions about to this point?
So our total estimated cost is $75,000 if we do a primary and a general.
Yes.
As opposed, so it's at least, and that's, we don't know, right? The estimated, we just don't know.
Right, and that's probably a pretty conservative guess on those soft costs. That's pretty conservative.
It could be higher.
It could be higher, yeah. So. All right, so some of the challenges that I thought about with doing our own election. A city-run election, at this point, we have been doing county elections since 2016. So we are going to experience some kind of voter confusion with people not understanding where does my ballot go, who's running this election, where do I go for questions. We would do everything humanly possible to clear up any confusion and make sure that the residents know where they need to go and where they can get information. But even when you have neighboring cities who are, some may be contracting with the county, and they'll talk to their neighbors and they say, well, I'm dropping off my ballot here, or I'm voting here, and there will be some confusion. The ballot drop box was a big challenge for me until the county said that they were going to give me access to their ballot drop box. So that one's not as much of a challenge at this point, because we'll just have to sort through those ballots and give the county the ones that they need to have. You know, they can have what is theirs, and we'll take what is ours. So that's not as big of a challenge at this point, based on what they said tonight. Signature verification and tabulation of the results is a concern. It's just going to be a time-consuming process, which leads me to my next concern, is the delay in election results. That we could experience some delay based on availability of getting into the county and doing those signature checks and tabulation. And then with our referendum that we're also doing, there will be some extra election duties that need to happen. So we'll need to make sure that we're budgeting our time well so we can handle those with the regular election. So, any questions, concerns, thoughts?
Is there anybody on staff who thinks it would be preferable to run the election by the city rather than county?
Crickets.
I will say, council, Nathan said this, and he's absolutely right, that like, they've made it very difficult for us to not select them at this point, to not go with them. And I don't think it was intentional by the county. A lot of this was state and other laws and things. The price tag is surprising, but unfortunately it looks like we might be even looking at a higher price tag. It's very frustrating that we don't have control over that pricing, right? And I know the mayor's working, Nathan said the mayor's working with the county commission to kind of help them understand that this is frustrating for us when we're kind of forced into this monopoly situation and they control costs and we have no control over that, really. But honestly, from a staff perspective, while I hate the jump in cost and I hate the fact that we don't have a lot of control over this election, I do think that it's the better choice. Again, my opinion, but I think those are some thoughts that staff's had.
I mean, to me, it seems like they have put us in a monopoly situation, and I understand the cost. To me, though, I mean, quality and integrity is the most important part of an election, more than cost.
So, and I would just second what Aaron said. And I have interacted with Josh Daniels. I know him, and he acknowledged the fact that they could have done a better job communicating ahead of time. It wouldn't have changed the outcome, but it would have changed, it could have changed some of the concerns. Certainly after I heard his thing tonight and I talked to him prior to the meeting, it modified my initial thinking. So they are going to be speaking at the next MAG meeting. It's called the Council of Governments part. It's just the mayors and the commissioners. And going through essentially what they did tonight. So we did them a favor. We gave them a dry run. So
the game changer really was House Bill 36 last year that kind of nobody knew about. At least I didn't. And to change that really leaves us with no options, really. I mean, can we get a better price than what that printer gave us? Maybe, if we went competitively, I don't know. But that really limits our options.
And to their point when they were here, they do have a scale advantage, right? That when they're printing, it's not 10,000, it's 100,000 or 150,000, and you get better pricing that way. And I do think that they've done a really good job on quality, counting the ballots accurately. I don't know about anybody else, but I've been asked to say, we don't think this was your signature, was this really you? So I've gotten that letter before, and I appreciated that, so.
I will say we're not the only city who has had concerns, and I'm sure you know that, Mayor, but we've heard from a number of other cities today, especially about this. Linden, Eagle Mountain, and Provo so far have approved the contract to go with the county, but a number of other cities have balked at the price and really wanted some explanation there too, and are feeling the same pains that we are feeling as well.
Yeah, well, and I talked to Mayor Miller from Saratoga Springs. He wasn't aware of the price increase, and his comment was, well, if anybody approves it on April Fool's Day, the label applies, right? So that was his initial thought, that, wow, that's a big increase. And Mayor Johnson from Lehigh didn't know about it. I can't remember if I talked to anybody else, but it's just not something people were expecting, right? So.
Mayor, one thing that, any election time, let's assume the city ran it. Sometimes people say, hey, does that, some of the poll workers here, and I know this doesn't happen, so I'm just saying, but I've heard of, where people said, hey, if some of those people that are there are favoring certain candidates, there could be some accusations where sometimes with the county, they're benign to what's going on up here in Highland. And so, there's a little bit of a step away also with the county, from that. Now, there's the benefit of also running your own election where you can put the polling place here, you could, do some other things, but sometimes we always underestimate our cost too, I think, to run as a city. Sure.
I agree, and obviously that's what the county has done as well, so. All right, just a quick cost comparison in the very end, just to keep that just to close with that, so.
So.
If you don't have any more questions, or if you have.
I support the county doing the election.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me, 3.
So do we want to just put that on consent for our next agenda then?
Sure.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the meeting schedule is listed. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to discuss? I would like to say, Council, I really appreciate all the work you did on Manor Drive. It wasn't a black or white issue. It clearly wasn't. I think, we make tough decisions sometimes, and this was a tough one. So thank you for what you did, and I really appreciate the residents for being respectful when the decision was made. There was no.
No, I noticed that when the residents left, I was wondering, we've been here where there's been either clapping or booing. I was very appreciative. I'm sure it wasn't the outcome that several of them wanted to have. It's one that affects them. That's the emotional side. You're affecting some lives that for 43 years have not had that effect. And it's hard, like you said, as a council. I mean, this wasn't something I took as a light decision. I spent a lot of time. I don't know how many times. I know every council person, I'm sure, went and visited there several different times or talked to a lot of people. This isn't something we took lightly affecting. We recognize how it's going to affect people.
Can I just bring up something about that, though? One thing that we did not discuss is the Reeds and the Fishers have been using city property all these years. And what are we going to do with the city-owned property if that's a straight road and the cul-de-sac is gone, which we voted? So we're going to surplus that property, or we're going to give it to them, or we're going to insist they buy it? What do you do? Because they've been using it for 45 years.
I just asked Nathan about that.
So there's a specific process related to abandoning right-of-way, and I believe we just have to give it back to the adjacent property owners. I don't believe we can sell it.
If it was exacted, I think at the time of building, is that what it comes down to, if it was an exaction or
No,
not?
it's very specific related to.
And I do
to
remember
right.
reading something, because it was also at the time of pertaining to trails, that sometimes we sold the trail.
Trails are different. It's right
At the
away.
time, they changed it after.
Yeah, sometimes the city will just own property, then we go through the whole surplusing process. If it's just a dedication from the original owner and it just reverts back to whoever dedicated it, which would be the two property owners of adjacent sides at this point.
And there's a process we have to go through, right? Is that like a
There's a whole right-of-way vacation process. We talked about that way back when with Wimbledon, because legislature for like 1 year added trails to that definition, and then they removed it. But yes, there's a process to vacate a right-of-way.
Okay.
It does seem similar to those open space purchases. Can I ask 2 quick questions?
Sure.
Number 1, I was wondering if on an agenda sometime soon, as we're talking about surplusing open space property, I would like to revisit the idea of having a policy about where that money goes when it's collected. So I was listening to the minutes from June 2019 when the city council voted for the tennis court. And it seemed like then there was an agreement that we should have a process for deciding if those funds go just to that open space neighborhood, to open space in general, to existing amenities, to creating new ones. I don't know as a policy has been created after that. But it seems like if we're going to start collecting money, we should do it thoughtfully.
And I would support putting that on the agenda to have as a discussion item, so, because I think that's always been, like, since I've been the councilman with Scott, you know, there's times it's been one way, it's switched over here. I think it'd be good to have a really good discussion.
We've
how
never
that is-
made a formal
Yeah.
motion that I'm aware of. Are you, Mayor? I mean, you were on the council before we were.
I seem to remember a discussion, where the council decided either in a discussion item, or I don't think it was a vote, but I know we had a discussion, or I shouldn't say no, I believe we had a discussion where we agreed that it should go back, if it came from an open space subdivision, that the money should go into an open space pool available to any of the subdivisions.
So when I listened to those minutes, so Aaron said something about how the tennis court was setting precedent, and then there was discussion about how we should set an official policy, but I'm not.
I remember this back from when I was a council member, not when I was
That
mayor.
was June 2019 is the last time I saw a major expense like that brought up.
My memory stems back to council days, or early mayor days, but it was before 2019.
Whatever it is, I think it'd be good for the council to discuss. If there appeared to have been a decision in the past, let's make sure the council's in conformance with if that was a decision, or that we.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think the point is, let's just discuss and whatever.
I think it's always been discussion, but not codified.
Right.
That's what I understand. I think, there might have been a talk about, but I don't know if there was a formal motion or a formal way, and because we do we still have like $300,000 or $400,000 in an open space sales fund?
Yeah, so if I may suggest, if you remember in the weekly reports, we're working with Blue Line Design to talk about the improvements to parks. That would be a great time to talk about it, so you have it in context with the things that we need to do and how that money would work and stretch. I think that would be a great time to have those two in concert. Because without that context, it'd be like, oh yeah, we can throw it over here, or we can throw it over here. But having some context on what we need and those type of things, I think would be important.
And I would like just information, so when that was discussed, there was discussion of money that had been collected already and money that was still to be collected, so then I would be interested to know that.
Yep.
And then my last thing was, I was wondering if we could just get an update on the equestrian park, because I feel like that has changed substantially since our last meeting, and now we have this survey.
It has, excuse me, it has. So I'd be happy to do an update. I met with Tony Johns last Thursday. After that, I met with the Lehigh Parks Committee and Lehigh Mayor and Josh at the Equestrian Center. Lehigh organized that meeting. They invited myself and anybody else that wanted to come. So I came, Josh came, and then Brian Braithwaite came from our Parks Committee. And we walked through the land, and Brian and I did a lot of the talking. It's funny, it wasn't our meeting, but we did a lot of the talking. And that was in part because I had just met with Tony before that, and he had, in conjunction with the Equestrian Center, people revised his plan again. So current plan, doesn't mean it's end plan, is to put a soccer field to the east of the building. You know, if you have the Equestrian Center, and then adjacent to the Equestrian Center is a parking lot, and then north of there is a bigger parking lot. If you go due east of the Equestrian Center, they would put one soccer field there at one level, and then go south, they'd do another one on an angle that's a few feet down, or a couple feet down, but a step down from that. Then, when they talked to us previously, they talked about having basketball courts on the north side of the entryway road. Those are gone. The people who were going to use those, I think he said Utah Basketball, ended up saying, okay, no, we'll help you build your building just a little bit bigger, and the courts would then be in that building. So there's one building now. They left one of the pavilions on the north side of the road. If you can see, there are two pavilions there. So on the, right there, thank you, Aaron, the one on the east is retained. To the west of that, there would be another small soccer field there for whatever size works for 8 to 10-year-olds. So there'd be a small soccer field there. South of that would be a parking lot they're building. To the right of the building would be more parking. And then between the two soccer fields, he was planning on putting one of the pavilions plus a restroom. The other pavilion would be put near the other soccer field, and I don't know if you could reuse the pavilion this way, but he mentioned essentially cutting it longitudinally in half and then having it for whatever teams are there to use as sunshade. Think of it as like a baseball with their dugouts. The soccer field on the north end of the property, or towards the north, would be professional grade. Evidently, Surf Soccer, the club, bought a second tier professional women's soccer team that was in the Salt Lake area. They would like to use that field as their home base training field. So they would plan on putting in the soccer fields, maintaining them, so our operating costs would not be included in that. We would need to run water to them. Currently, you see the grass around the pavilions. Those are watered with our culinary water that we provide to the equestrian center.
But won't we be running a PI system down to the PECs?
The PECs are north of here a little bit. According to Todd, the current water line, the PI line, ends at that entry for the development on Highland side. So the road there, that's where the current PI line ends. Of course, since we're digging up that road, just taking it all out, it's a great time if we were going to extend that line to do it at a lower cost. Tony and I, when we talked, he brought up what our contribution was going to be annually to them. They had talked about, initially when they talked with us, it was 100, 200,000. The last time he spoke with us, he didn't bring it up. So when it came up, I said, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think it's going to work. He talked about how they had mentioned they were going to be putting 100 to 200 into the park every year. That would have been our money, or a portion of that would have been our money. So I just, no. So then we talked further, and he said, okay, this is again talking, so I don't know how solid that is. So he said our contribution would be $100,000 at the get-go, and then $50,000 a year after that for 8 years.
Now, are you saying their contribution or Highland City contribution?
No, their contribution to the park fund. So the park fund would get $50,000 a year. Now, Nathan and I talked today, and I don't know if that's money that they're putting into the soccer fields already or different money.
So Mayor, as you talk about this, naturally there needs to be approval from the county. This isn't something we really.
Right. Well, the county would have to sell them the property, right?
So where's the stance on the county on that? Are they even, are they still meeting with the Tony Johns, or is it?
So they're bifurcated as well. So Tanner Ainge takes the position that the county shouldn't be negotiating with any commercial entity. They should only be talking to cities. But the process that the county started was an RFP that they were selling. So it's contrary to the process, the official process they started, but it's a position he holds. I understand why he would say that, and so I understand his point of view. It's legitimate. So what we've roughed out at least in my mind, and maybe I can't remember who I've talked to. So apologies if I have or haven't talked to you about this, but the rough plan would be to get information from them. They were supposed to provide that a week and a half ago, and then last Friday they were supposed to do it, as well as to what their expectations would be for the city or the interlocal, whoever's owning this field, would be to provide them with what they would be willing to put into it. We haven't gotten that yet. I know they've been soliciting bids on putting grass in, et cetera, so we don't have a lot of those details. Absent those details, our staff can't figure out what operating costs would be on our end, so what would we be responsible for? So we're waiting for that. After we get the information we need, then staff will put together a report that gives, this is what the estimated operating costs are for running the park, and then we would talk to Lehigh and or American Fork and say, okay, if we do an interlocal, what that would mean is cost sharing. Rob drafted a rough term sheet for me. We talked about it today. I think you need to make one change to it, and then I'll share it with you, because it had something that isn't going to be possible based on what I know. Not that it wasn't a good idea. It's not going to work that way. So then on Monday, I met with two of the people who use the equestrian center, Jemima Street and Mary Lee Tanner. Mary Lee is a resident of Highland. She lives just off 68,000 West at about 10,030. If you know where Rich Westover lives, she lives across the street from him and towards this 68,000. She's a horse person. She's an English rider. This Jemima Street lives in American Fork. She is a Western rider, and I know nothing about horses, but evidently that's like saying you're what's the hillbillies, or the McCoys and the whomever. They generally don't get along. Hatfields and McCoys. But they like each other, and so when I talked to them about, okay, you guys want to run this, would you create a nonprofit that we could do the same thing like we're doing with the soccer fields for you with the equestrian center, that you would be responsible for scheduling, for paying utility bills, for doing everything. You would also get all the revenue from people that use the indoor equestrian center, for fees you charge for events, et cetera. And they were willing to look into that. Their objective would be net neutral. Scott, this is a FYI for you. They would also want to set up a fund like we did for pickleball with the Highland Foundation, where people could donate to the equestrian center or to the park in general. And when I talked to Tanner Ainge about that, he got really, really excited. And they are in the rec center. They would have a lap pool, as opposed to like a recreational one like AF has with slides and diving boards and whatever. But currently, I believe it's a lap pool. They plan on having a second story in the rec center for that would hold a soccer field. The intent would be, at least part of it would be that semi-professional or second-tier professional team would use that in the winter to train in when they couldn't.
So Mayor, is this in conjunction with all three cities, American Fork, Lehigh, and Highland? Because it sounds like Highland's kind of taking a little bit of a...
Well, I'm taking the lead because I believe the land should get annexed into Highland. I agree. That's what the annexation policy plan currently stipulates. However, I've talked to Mark Johnson, and I did speak with American Fork Mayor Brad Frost at our last mayor's breakfast, and even American Fork was willing to work with us, whatever happens, basically. They don't want the rec center to be there, but I got a feeling from him that if that happened, then he would be willing to work with us on the balance of the park area. Now, when I met with the horse people, they were planning on keeping the outdoor arena. That was going to get moved before. That's not. They really would like free use of the remaining land for the horses to ride on, except for the area just south of the equestrian center. And there's a portion of the land off the road to the east of the road that we figured you could put 6 pickleball courts in. Then it goes up, and when I talked with equestrian center people, they said, we don't need that space, but if you wanted to do pickleball, we would prefer if you cut that back and kept the pickleball courts at a lower level, because they didn't know if that was going to disturb the horses in the equestrian center because it was so close to them. That's pretty much the option for future amenities on that land. If you want to keep the equestrian center really running and working like it's supposed to do. They felt like if they improved they call it the footing, which is the dirt in the equestrian center and the outdoor rodeo, that they could get events coming there on a regular basis, which would generate funds for them. They could get more people using it. The current county policy has been pretty restrictive, that the county has told them in the past that you can't have people coming there to make money. So you couldn't rent the arena to somebody who wanted to teach people, but they would do it differently. You could rent it for teaching, you could rent it for equine therapy. They would reserve some days for pass holders. You had to be a pass holder to use it that day. Other days you could rent it out. So they had thought through a lot of things. They'd also put together, I'll send a copy of this to you, a list of their proposed rules. We would still have to work out how they would work in conjunction with an umbrella board that oversees it. And I'm expecting that we could work with AF and Lehigh so that we would have a board with a representative from us on that, and then maybe a representative from their part, and then the soccer people. So 5-member board, maybe more. We'd have to go to 7. But the cities would have to determine how costs would be allocated, and we don't know what those are yet because we haven't got the figures there, but they would be looking for some improvements, possibly lights in the parking lot because it's unsafe at night. Lights are a lot better than they were 10, 15 years ago when this was, actually 20 years ago when this was built. So we'd have to work with the residents in the area to get buy-in for lights for the parking lot. That's doable. I told them that's your problem. Happy to help. So we're making progress. There's still a lot of unknowns. The thought was once we had enough information, we would hold an open house here with billboards, and we could talk about here's what the rec center is going to look like, and they could have their little pitch, and this is what it would cost. Here's what the equestrian center would look like. Here's what the rest of the park would look like.
Would you anticipate that's once the county's kind of said that they're going to do something with Tony John's? Or
I think that's before, and I've talked with enough members that I believe, but it's just like you guys, you never know how it's going to vote in the end. But even Tanner was willing to move forward, and Tanner's view was that you could use a resolution saying, okay, well, this is the process we're going to follow, and this is the outcome we expect, but they wouldn't have to make a definitive vote. So it's still probably a couple months away from being final, but if we, and by the way, Bill Lee is hosting an open house from the county at the Equestrian Center March 23rd at 7 p.m. So that might be a good meeting to go to. Now, Scott, it looks like you were trying to ask.
No, I just wanted to thank you for all the work you've done on this. I think it's a great idea, and I'd really like to see it to be kind of a tri-city thing. I think it'd be fun to have it in Highland and let Lehigh pay for it. But That's off the record. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it's on the video now. No, but I've talked to Mayor Johnson. He's very willing to work with us. The parks people and the park staff, they had their Josh equivalent at that meeting last Thursday. We walked through this. They just didn't seem to have any real concerns if this happened or if it didn't. It seemed to be amenable to working together. Like the rest of us, they were concerned about costs. But so they would like to see cost sharing. If you could, on the top right there's a white roof thing. Just north of that is where Lehigh wants to build a 2 million gallon culinary water tank. They would put it in the ground. So there's a hill that slopes up there. They would dig out the hill, put their tank in, and then recover it. And they may prefer to purchase that land, but it wouldn't substantively change how the land is used. They just have their tank there. So Mark Johnson actually has designed those before. He designed one for PG where they have a park and there's a trail that goes around it and some pavilions. So they're pretty nice. The one other thing that I talked with Billy I had lunch with him earlier this week. We were just kind of going through what are the issues. He talked about what the county wants to do with this. The county's going to be putting in $35,000 to make improvements to the equestrian center, but there's still more to do there. He mentioned that if you look to the up and to the left of the equestrian center, there's some homes there in that cul-de-sac that goes north.
Yes.
Yeah, right there. So, Aaron, can you click the land that belongs to the county so we can see that boundary? See how it jogs to the left and then goes straight north?
Yes.
And you can kind of see a trail to the right of that, and that's what horses use. But the county could sell the land that's between the trail with some kind of a setback, maybe a 10-foot setback, to the property owners that are
And straighten that up.
And the one that has the jog in it has previously asked the county if he could buy the land. They told him no. The next one up, that backyard is pretty narrow.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure that they'd appreciate the land. The next one up, I don't know. And then the one after that, I'm not sure. I do understand, somebody told me that the home to the right would not be interested in buying any land. So that kind of odd-shaped property there, they don't want to buy the land, but I don't know about the two more on the north. So that could generate a little bit more money. Now, of course, the county would say, oh, this goes into general fund. We want to keep it, but we might try and put pressure on them to say, look, you need to help make this better. The Tourism Tax Board has said they would put $500,000 in. Generally speaking, no firm decision. The cities or other entities would need to put that money back in over time, and it could be in kind or hard dollars. So whatever money is spent on putting in the soccer fields and maintaining them, whatever money the equestrian center people put it back into that can all count. There is one issue that is kind of rather expensive. The property carries no water rights. So we would need about 18 shares, and if we bought our shares, they're $7,000 each, which is roughly $120,000. So that money has to come from somewhere. Be nice to split that between 3 cities, or maybe have it come out of that $500,000. But anyway, so there's still a lot to work out, and there's still a lot of unknowns, and it's uncertain whether the county would even sell the property. But even if they don't sell the property, I do think they're interested in having it annexed into a city and then having the cities maintain it and operate it. So one way or the other, it will, over the next probably 8 months, it'll happen. treading lightly in part because of the falls issue, all that brouhaha around that. And I get it, right? Nobody wants to get beat up twice.
Right now, though, Tony John's involvement is based on our involvement with him and vice versa, correct?
There's no vice versa. I mean, Tony,
Well, in that it's not something we would be pursuing without him, or we would?
I think the county and the horse people are pressuring the county to bring it to the cities, let the cities manage it. So I think that has its own legs. The thing with Tony John's can't happen without whatever city it gets annexed in doing a private development agreement with the company and then accommodating, working out what the build is going to look like and making essentially a custom zone to accommodate it. That's something, if you guys did not think, and this might be a good, is that something you would consider working on? If no, then we just tell Tony, okay, don't even waste any more time.
I think it's very interesting. I'd just like to know more specifics that are worked out.
So we need more information, but if you were hard set against it, there would be no point, and we'd just say.
So we get a lot of emails from a Mr. Allen that's so opposed to this.
Yes, he formed a Facebook group to, if you remember when the canyon they were going to put a ski lift back there, yes, or a whatever tram. He was very opposed to that, so he created a Facebook page and has like I think 20,000 people liked it. So he has a large number of followers. And then he helped generate interest in Bridalveil Falls and has sent emails. Did I copy you on my email to him? He never replied to that. I sent him an email talking about, pros and cons, but these are the facts. Here's how much land Highland has, blah, 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 blah. He had wanted to have us not approve the final plat for Reinhardt because he wanted from here, following Mitchell Hollow all the way up to the Murdoch Canal Trail to be all parkland, free access, and a central park for North Utah County. And I just told him that that's not going to happen. Here's why.
Who's going to pay for it?
Aside from yes, well, you can always have big ideas. My view on Mark, he's well-intended. I see him at a meeting that we hold probably 8 times a year. I just think on this issue, he doesn't understand all the parts to it. I do know that American Fork does not want a rec center there, does not want to, and it's a fair point of view. If you have public land and sell it, you'll never get it back. So I can appreciate that point of view. The counterpoint is, well, if you put something there and it helps put money back into the system to make the park better, then is that a bad thing? It's kind of what we did with Spring Creek. Right. This would be it wouldn't be too dissimilar from what we did with Spring Creek. So that's pretty much everything I know at the moment. So when we have enough information, we'll do an open house. The county, both Bealey and Tanner Range have expressed willingness to enter into to do a resolution.
You are in the meeting now. There are 3 participants in the meeting. This meeting is being recorded.
I think the meeting's over.
Well, sometimes our audio, for whatever reason, randomly cuts out, and it did about 4 minutes ago, but we have alternative backups, so.
Good.
So anyway, so there's a willingness on their part to look at this and evaluate it fairly. If I had to guess, and this is just a personal guess, I'd say there's greater than a 50-50 chance that the rec center will happen. in the next few months. Something will be put in place to have it on a path to closure. I couldn't say when it would close, but I think that it could close. It'll require a little bit more work on our part. Staff, I mean, that's just workload we're putting on staff to get an estimated operating cost, and then I can go talk to Mark and Brad, say this is what we estimate the operating cost to be for the park. Are you still interested in having the county give it to us, essentially? So far, it's favorable, but until people see the dollar stickers, you can't really make a decision. And the mayors can't really make that decision. It has to go to their councils anyway. Any other questions? Sorry.
Good info, thank you.
Thanks for asking.
Okay, Mayor, I have a couple questions I'd like to maybe ask Todd. Todd, we're now past March 15th, and I think we start right around April 15th with seasonal workers. I just wonder, if you could just, as it starts to move along, I'm nervous this year on our seasonal workers, and just wonder what our plan is to make sure we have enough staff. Because what I hear from the past years with our maintenance issue, it's been staff. Not the people working, not having enough. So I just want to make sure we're getting on top of that as we head into the spring.
We're starting the process. If you remember, we've got to replace a couple parks employees actually as well, and so we're kind of behind the 8 ball trying to get people hired. Right now, it's very difficult to hire.
What wage are you going to be offering for the first year?
Well, for first year people, it's like $11, $12 an hour.
I just, as a council, I think we need to make sure we're staying attuned because, with our goals to make sure we're getting the different open space maintained, getting all the areas, it comes down to we have enough employees to get it done.
And we did much better last year than we have the last several years before that because we were fully staffed last year for the first time in a long time. So we're hopeful that the COVID pandemic kind of helps staff again this year, but we're anxious to see how that works out. We don't want to start being fully staffed until, May timeframe. Okay. So that's when we look to be fully staffed and fully mowing, so.
But we can still put out advertisements right now, letting people know.
Yeah.
I just see that at the AF Rec Center, they usually put out their advertisements for seasonals about March.
Yeah, and we're doing that. We actually talked about it today, and so we're going to get it out shortly. We've got a meeting in the morning to discuss what that advertisement's going to look like. So
the other thing, in the years past, when we've had road projects, from what I remember, we would be seeing bids by now for road projects. Are those coming up? I know that you always said we'd get better bids earlier on than
yeah, the mayor and I sat down and went through this. I actually met with one of our vendors today, the HA5. I'm sending out the Onyx plans tomorrow, but our construction project had way too many difficult roads in it this year. With what we show on our 7-year plan, there's no way that we can do it. We do not have the funding. And so I sat down and went through it with Ty, and we had to make some difficult decisions on what we pushed back. So you will be seeing that shortly come to the council.
Todd, I know you're putting a lot of hours and you're doing a lot of work. I just want to tell you thank you. I just was thinking, hey, we've seen usually bids before now, so I just was wondering, where we're at.
We're a little bit behind, and I would just have to. I hate to make excuses. I don't like to do that, but we've got a lot going on right now. I've got just with our parks, everything we've been doing with all of our departments, we're just way behind.
We're just dying right now.
Yeah.
I'll just jump in.
I hope we can get up. Since we're talking roads, is 6800 West, since they're not doing the COVID drive-through vaccination there, is that on tap again for this summer, or is that been pushed off a little bit? So
no, the plan is to bid it as soon as possible. Our acquisition agent is finalizing the last few contracts. It's just taking some time because the last few having involved attorneys and different things. So I don't want to advertise it until I know we have the right-of-way.
Well, I will add, just for the councils, we are working on, the spreadsheet with all the projects and kind of due date. We are updating that currently, and we'll have that out, an update to you in the next little while.
So Nathan, could I ask a quick question to interrupt here? So this $1.9 trillion bill that was passed last week, I've read that $1 billion of that will go to the different cities in Utah. Have you heard anything on that?
Yeah, so sent an email out from the league. We haven't delved into it yet. Kurt has a little bit. Once we
$2.3 million is supposed to be coming our way, and I think half.
That's what my question.
I think half comes up this year, and I think the next half is at the beginning of 2022. But it's, when I looked at the league stuff, it said Highland's name, $2.3 million.
So, but that can be used besides just COVID stuff. I mean, it's infrastructure and a bunch of stuff, isn't it?
Right. So we don't know a whole lot about it. Our plan is to delve into it, and once we have some more information, we'll sit down and have a discussion with the council about options and what the restrictions are, timing of the funds, all that kind of stuff. So less restrictions than it was previously.
Yeah, because a lot of it could be used for infrastructure.
Good questions. Any other?
Oh, just one on our future meetings. Plan on April 13th. We do have a work session that will go over utility rates and the budget.
Okay. So if we had some emergency thing we had to decide on, we could turn that into, at least a portion of that into a regular meeting.
Let's try not to, yeah.
Just
No,
something comes up.
utility rates and the budget's going to be a heavy lift, so let's try not to if we don't have to.
Okay.
Unless it's short.
Yeah,
But
I'm thinking if there was something short that came up that we needed to, like a voting contract, for example.
Nathan, we saw an email about some security issues with our server. Is that been addressed?
All taken care of, everything's back and functioning as it needs to.
Okay, any other questions? Ready for a motion to adjourn? Is there a second?
So seconded.
So Scott and so Kurt made the motion and so second. So we are taking a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.